following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
Lions have it with a touchdown lead in the third. Shotgun snap goes to the quarterback. Goff takes the handoff and gives the end around to St. Brown, and then throws in the end zone. Caught by Goff at the goal line. Near side. Touchdown Detroit. The wide receiver just threw a touchdown pass to the quarterback. Now we have seen it all. Wow.
Handoff. Mixon makes a jump cut and takes it to the end zone. Angling to the left. Touchdown, Houston.
Now it's time for Sunday Night Football. Let's head to the stadium and join Ryan Radke and Mike Golick.
From beautiful Houston, Texas, we welcome you to NRG Stadium for week number 10 of Sunday Night Football as the 6-3 Houston Texans play host to the 7-1 Detroit Lions. Tonight's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One is sponsored by Wrangler, by BetMGM, by Indeed.com, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, and by the official NFL app. Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Radke along with Mike Golick. Scott Graham will join us shortly from our Westwood One studios. It's an interconference matchup of two teams with not just playoff aspirations, but aspirations of a deep playoff run. The Lions have been the class of the NFC at 7-1, while the Texans sit atop the AFC South at 6-3. And Mike, the Lions have been great. Their offense is rolling. Their defense, despite losing Aiden Hutchinson to a broken leg, just keeps getting it done. It's a complete team and one that really believes they have what it takes to win it all.
Yeah, I mean, they got close last year, and their goal obviously is to succeed or to go past what they did last year. And right now, they're playing like the best team in the NFL. 1-6 in a row. Nothing. You thought with Aiden Hutchinson going down, it would really, really hurt the defense, but they found a way to manufacture pressure with blitzes and with others without Aiden. So that's been a surprise because Hutch was on his way to possibly defensive MVP honors. But that offense, there are just so many weapons for Ben Johnson to choose from.
Lions did go out and get Za'Darius Smith to help the pass rush this week, although he is inactive tonight. Meanwhile, offensively, since week 3, the Lions have 26 offensive touchdowns and 24 incomplete passes. How do you deal with this unit, Mike?
It's unheard of. I mean, it's crazy, the accuracy of Jared Goff. And again, I think it's because he has a number, we keep talking about San Francisco and their weapons, not so much this year because of the injuries, but the array of weapons. Well, that's what Detroit has. And Ben Johnson does a nice job of spreading the ball out to those weapons to not let the defense zero in on if we take this person out, we have their offense. Well, pick a person to try and take out. They have 4 others to make up for it.
All right, the Texans got off to a 5-1 start, but they've lost 2 of their last 3 games. How do they get back on track here tonight against this dangerous Lions club?
They're going to have to get a running game going because their offensive line is struggling. They're absolutely struggling to protect C.J. Stroud. They have to get Mixon, who's been rushing incredibly well, get him going so they can use play action, which can freeze the linebackers and the D-line for that split second to help the passing game over the top. If it turns into a passing game, this whole line for Houston is going to be stressed.
Texans were hoping to get some of their stars back tonight, but no Will Anderson, right. No Nico Collins, despite the fact he comes off IR. That's tough to be without those 2.
Yeah, it really is. You thought maybe he would be activated for this, but that's another thing. They were used to having 3 big-time wide receivers, 2 of them out. Tank Dell's got a lot on his shoulders.
C.J. Stroud has been under a lot of pressure the last couple of weeks. Can they keep him clean tonight against the Lions? We'll find out. Should be a fun matchup. Texans and the Lions here in Houston. Much more to come from NRG Stadium as we approach kickoff between Detroit and Houston. But when we return, Scott Graham joins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios. Cars, homes, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and more at Progressive.com. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Up front tonight, the breaking news.
Get closer to what's happening right now with the Sirius XM news channels.
The images coming in of a large wildfire burning, evacuations underway.
From cable news to business.
And so the markets need to be prepared for that and the volatility.
And international.
Very large stockpiles of ammunition and advanced weapons because of its own preparations for
the Sirius XM news channels, starting at channel 112 and on the Sirius XM app.
What's up, college football fans? It's Eric McLean and Kelly Gramlich here from Gramlich and McLean. Wake up with us every single morning on SiriusXM Channel 371.
Join us each day at 7 a.m. to get the most in-depth ACC football coverage. We're giving you post-game recaps, player and coach interviews, as well as picks for your favorite team each and every week.
Coast-to-coast coverage every single day. It's football season, baby. Let's go.
Gramlich and McLean, weekday mornings beginning at 7 a.m. Eastern on ACC Radio, SiriusXM Channel 371.
Your home for the Emirates NBA Cup is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86.
Yep, that's a three-point play opportunity for Jalen Brunson.
Starting at 7:30, here the New York Knicks take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Then at 10 Eastern, catch Captain Klay Thompson in his return to the Bay when the Dallas Mavericks face the Golden State Warriors.
Left to Thompson, teed up again, down it goes again.
Don't miss an NBA Cup doubleheader Tuesday night on NBA Radio Channel 86 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hey, football fans, this is Jim Miller.
And I'm Pat Kerwin. Be sure to join us tomorrow for Moving the Chains at 3 p.m. Eastern on NFL Radio.
We'll be breaking down all the action from Sunday and getting you ready for Monday Night Football as the Dolphins are in L.A. to take on the Rams.
Plus, we'll keep you up to date with the latest injury news and talk with Falcons head coach Raheem Morris.
So come talk some ball with us tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, SiriusXM, NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Welcome to the Sunday Night Football pregame show on Westwood One, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, getting you ready for Sunday Night Football tonight. We got a good one with the Detroit Lions going up against the Houston Texans. Let's get you updated on what happened around the National Football League today. We still have an unbeaten team. Kansas City Chiefs blocked a Will Lutz 35-yard field goal as time expired. They hang on at home at Arrowhead today and beat the Denver Broncos 16-14. Chiefs have now won 15 in a row. They're 9-0 this year. We'll see if that gets tested again as they go to Buffalo next week. Denver falls to 5-5. The Bills are 8-2 for the first time since 1993. They won on the road today at Indianapolis by a final of 30-20. How about the Chargers? They're 6-3, playing very good football right now. They beat Tennessee today 27-17 at SoFi Stadium. Patriots broke their road losing streak. They knock off the Bears in Chicago today, 19-3. Drake May throwing a touchdown pass in this game for the 3-7 Patriots. Chicago falling to 4-5. Big showdown game today in D.C. Pittsburgh beat Washington 28-27. Russell Wilson, a 32-yard pass to newly acquired Mike Williams with just over 2 minutes to go in the game, was the difference maker as Pittsburgh improves to 7-2. Washington falls to 7-3. That means that Philly takes over the top spot in the NFC East at 7-2 now. They beat up on the Cowboys today in Big D, 34-6 at AT&T Stadium. Jalen Hurts throws for 2 scores, runs for 2 more. Eagles have won 5 in a row. Dallas falls to 3-6 on the year, 5 losses in a row at home now. San Francisco beat Tampa Bay today 23-20. Jake Moody hitting a field goal, a 44-yarder as time expired. The Niners improved to 5-4. In his return, Christian McCaffrey 107 total yards. Tampa Bay falls to 4-6 on the year. Don't look now, but here come the Arizona Cardinals. They have won 4 in a row. Kyler Murray threw for a score, ran for 2 more today, and Arizona beat up on the New York Jets 31-6. The final at State Farm Stadium. Arizona now 6-4. The Jets are 3-7. Saints broke their losing streak. They beat Atlanta today, 20-17, the final at home. Falcons fall to 6-4. It was Minnesota over Jacksonville, 12-7. Vikings win without benefit of a touchdown today at Everbank Stadium to improve to 7-2. Jags fall to 2-8. And Carolina's won back-to-back games for the first time in 2 years. Eddie Pinheiro, a game-winning 36-yard field goal in overtime. They beat the New York Giants in Germany today by a 20-17 final. Working our way toward kickoff of Sunday Night Football. Time to hear now from Nick Costos of BetQL Network with some of the numbers our listeners might be interested in for tonight's matchup between the Lions and the Texans. Nick?
Thanks, Scott. The spread for Sunday Night Football sees Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions, a 4-point road favorite over C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans. The total is 49. The big news, Texans star receiver Nico Collins is inactive. The Texans also without star pass rusher Will Anderson. As a result, the Lions have drawn heavy interest in the betting market on game day. And that's partly because of the Houston injuries and partly because bettors love the Detroit Lions. Dan Campbell's team 7-1 against the spread to go along with their real-life 7-1 record. But if you think this is a good spot to buy low on the Texans, consider betting +4. But if you think Detroit rolls with Collins not playing, look in that direction. As for props, Houston will have receiver Tank Dell tonight. He had 126 yards last week. Dell's yardage prop tonight, 63.5. I'm Nick Costos from the BetQL Network, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Scott, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. As we continue along with the pregame show, we're going to hear from one half of the Lions' electric backfield duo, Jahmyr Gibbs. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Football season is heating up, and Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action while watching football. With over 10 million members now and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. The app is so simple to use. Just pick 2 or more players across any sport, pick more or less on their projection, and you can win up to 100 times your money. Prize Picks even invented the flex play, so you can still cash out if one of your picks doesn't hit. I love it. I love it because it's daily fantasy. And it's easy, and it's fun. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code PRIMETIME and get a $50 credit instantly when you play $5. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks to get a $50 credit instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states where it's lawful to wager, and visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham, offering auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. Get you ready for the Lions and the Texans, and Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans realizes that he is up against a lot in this ball game, including a tremendous Detroit backfield in Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery.
2 really good backs, both. Gibbs, very explosive, home run runner. And then, and you got the other guy who's just, downhill, tough, physical. So both of the guys, they run hard. It's going to take more than one person to get their backs down. They've done a really great job. Talk about a 1-2 punch. It's probably the best 1-2 punch in the league.
It's part of why the Detroit team is cruising along right now. The only team since before World War II with more touchdowns than incompletions in a 6-game span. Jahmyr Gibbs right now is leading the NFL in yards per carry at almost 6.5. And I asked him this week what it feels like to be part of an offense where everything's going right.
It's great. It feels like nothing can go wrong. Like, anytime we call a play, we feel like it's going to be a positive play. So I think having that confidence really just ignites our offense. Like, we just have full trust in in the plan.
I've talked with running backs before about this, and I'm not sure that fans, ones who haven't run the ball in the NFL or in college, understand that to get the big play, to get that breakout type play, how important it is for you to be balanced on your feet after you get through the first level. Can you take me a little bit through that?
Yeah, I think one of the most important things about, getting to the next level is having a plan. So, watching, you see on film, like, see how they tackle, see how they come up in the box, just have a plan for them. And then when you have an O-line like we do, it's just, it doesn't take a lot.
When you are running, you've done your film work, and you get your opportunity, how much of it is, I studied this, I see this, and how much does instinct take over?
I don't know. It just depends. Like, sometimes it just happens. Then I know where I'm going. Or, I think the ones I break are more instinct, and the ones, I get tackled by, the last person, or, I could have broke this, is I'm thinking too much. So, yeah, I think I like to rely on my instincts more.
Do you ever do something out there on the football field that surprises yourself?
It was crazy because I think last year when I had that one juke versus Minnesota, I didn't know what happened. I swear to God, I don't know what happened. I was just running, and they said no, my body just took over, and I just started running, and I got up. I was like, bro, I don't know how, like, or when I even thought about doing that or how I did that. It just happened. So I think that was one of the best ones.
You look at this team on film, and obviously they're pretty active defensively. What are you seeing as you're scouting them?
You know, great D-line. I mean, they're doing really good right now. Shout out my boy Will. But well, yeah, we'll have to see about it. What's it called? They have very active linebackers too. You know, they have good cover guys in Stingley and rookie Lassiter. Yeah, they're both doing a good job. So it's gonna be a good challenge for us, and we're up to it.
Houston has won the last 4 meetings between these two teams, but remember, the last time they met was all the way back in November of 2020. Opening kickoff is coming up. We're going to rejoin Ryan Rackey and Mike Golick at NRG Stadium when we return. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
'Tis almost the season, and you've got a sleigh load of holiday channels to unwrap in the SiriusXM app. Shake the tinsel right off the tree with Rockin' Christmas. Set the mood for a silent night with Holiday Chill Out. Or add a touch of Christmas class with Real Jazz Holiday. There are dozens of channels to choose from. Just open the SiriusXM app and search Holiday.
Hold up! It's Jimmy Fallon, and you're invited to my place for Christmas. Get ready for a new channel of classic holiday songs handpicked by me. Plus music from my new Christmas album, Holiday Season. Jimmy Fallon's Holiday Seasoning Radio. On now, Channel 17, or listen at home with the SiriusXM app. Just search Jimmy Fallon.
Focus your mind, reduce stress, and rest easy with instrumental lo-fi hip-hop channels in the SiriusXM app. Start the day with an upbeat jolt of Lo-Fi Cafe. Stay in the zone with Lo-Fi Study. Or drift off to Lo-Fi Sleep. Explore them all at home on Alexa, Google Home, smart TVs, and everywhere on the SiriusXM app. Just search Lo-Fi.
Don't miss a new episode this week of Forward Progress, a conversation on race and sports in America with Jason Jackson and Kirk Morrison.
The presidential election and the federal election overall. How does this affect the sports world? Angel Reese made it clear that as a black woman, she feels a certain way, and she felt this was a very prideful election. I don't know if I would use that word.
There's a lot of things that fall in line with sports in general.
Check out Forward Progress. New episodes each Wednesday on the SiriusXM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans. Just search Forward Progress.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Kohl's.
Shane Graham will line up for a 32-yard field goal try for the win. High snap, Jones gets it down. The kick on the way from Graham is up. It is good, and the Houston Texans are now 10-1 with a 34-31 win over the Detroit Lions in overtime.
Kevin Cougar with the call on Westwood One back on Thanksgiving Day 2012. Lions and Texans kicked off the holiday slate with an exciting offensive outburst. Detroit quarterback Matthew Stafford attempted 61 passes, connecting with Calvin Johnson for 140 yards and a score. But the Lions could never put it away. Houston's Andre Johnson finished with 9 grabs for 188 yards, helping the Texans fight back from 4 separate deficits. With under 2 minutes left, running back Arian Foster tied the score at 31 with a short touchdown run, forcing overtime. Shane Graham's walk-off field goal gave the Texans their 5th straight victory. That 2012 Houston squad, led by head coach Gary Kubiak, won the AFC South before falling to the Patriots in the divisional round of the playoffs. That's tonight's memorable moment in football history. It's sponsored by Kohl's. When life gets real, start at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. They've lowered their prices on thousands of items store-wide. Kohl's, where families come first. You take a look at where these two teams are right now, and The Detroit Lions appear to be a bit of an unstoppable force. Remember, C.J. Stroud generally wins at home, and that's what the Texans are banking on tonight to try to walk out with a victory and try to set things back right for them at NRG Stadium. When you look around the stadium tonight, you're going to be seeing red. There's a completely different look, uniform-wise, for the Houston Texans in this game as they get set to try to jump into the national picture once again in prime time and knock off what turns out to be a red-hot Detroit Lions team. Remember what we told you about before. More touchdown passes than incompletions by 4 over the last 6 games. One of the most incredible stats I've heard in a long time. For tonight's broadcast, let's go out to NRG Stadium and rejoin Ryan Racky and Mike Golick. Guys?
All right, Scott, thank you very much. It's a beautiful night here in Houston, 76 degrees. The roof is open as we get set for the Texans and the Lions. Time now for Mike Golick's Keys to the Game, sponsored by Uline. Success in sports starts with fundamentals. Uline's fundamentals are quality-tested shipping and industrial products always in stock and ready to ship today. That's Uline. Mike, the Detroit Lions have had it rolling 7-1. They've won 6 in a row coming into tonight. What are the keys for Dan Campbell's team to make it 7 in a row?
I think keep doing what you're doing, right? It's been working pretty well. Ben Johnson does such a great job of mixing up the play calls to get all the weapons involved and trying to keep that defense on their heels. But they do need to definitely get the run going with the duo backfield because the strong part of the Houston defense is without a doubt the pass rush. And get Sam Laporta more involved. His usage has been way, way down this year compared to last year. As far as defensively, listen, definitely get after the quarterback because you know Houston's going to try and run, but get after the quarterback, especially a guy like Aleem McNeil on the inside because that interior line for Houston has struggled mightily with the pass rush.
All right, Scott mentioned just a moment ago the Texans are normally very good in this building. They're 4-0 at home this year. C.J. Stroud 10-2 here in his career. What are the keys for the Texans to get back on the winning track?
Well, listen, this is not rocket science. I mean, even Detroit knows they're going to have to try and get the run going with Joe Mixon. I mean, 2/3 of your wide receiving crew, Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins, are out. Tank Dell is the only real threat that you have. So you know they have to get the offense, the running game going, and Detroit knows they have to get the offense going because if this turns into a passing attack, as I mentioned, the offensive line for Houston has struggled. Houston defensively is take care of your responsibilities because I talked about all the weapons that they have and Detroit loves, like every NFL team loves crossing routes. Play your responsibility and let the play come to you.
Texans activated Nico Collins off IR. A lot of folks thought that was an indication we were going to see him tonight, but we found out about 90 minutes ago that he is still inactive. So you mentioned it. No Stephon Diggs, no Nico Collins. A lot on the shoulders of Tank Dell.
And Tank Dell had his season high, 126 yards last week. He hadn't had over 70 receiving yards in any game up till last week. A lot is going to be asked of him, but it really obviously would help if they can get a running game going to take a little bit of pressure off of it.
All right, we mentioned it's a beautiful night here in Houston, 76 degrees with the roof open, and Scott talked about it. All kinds of red here in the stands tonight. The Texans are wearing their brand new battle red alternates. They have red tops with navy blue numbers, red pants, and red helmets. Meanwhile, the Lions are in the white jerseys with the Honolulu blue numbers. They have white pants, and they have silver helmets. We're going to see the Detroit offense on the field first. It's time for the opening kickoff, sponsored by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Kaimi Fairbairn will kick it away from our left to our right. And the Lions with 2 men back deep to return. Fairbairn is on the approach. It's an end-over-end kick. It's headed for the near side. It's taken 2 yards deep in the end zone. And the Lions will drop down to a knee. And will start at the 30-yard line. 1st down and 10. Well, Jared Goff has been simply outstanding. His completion percentage, 74.9%. That's number 1 in the NFL. He's got a great running back duo, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Khalif Raymond, and Jamison Williams returning off a 2-game suspension tonight at wide receiver. Sam Laporta is the tight end. 1st and 10 Lions from their own 30. They move from our right to our left. Goff under center, receivers left and right. Montgomery is the back. Here's the snap. Goff back on a play fake. Rolling right. Sets his feet, throws, and it's incomplete. Didn't have much there and just tossed that into the ground. The throw was in the area of Brock Wright, the backup tight end. And that'll bring up 2nd and 10. We should point out about the Lions tonight, they do have a new left tackle. Dan Skipper is in for Taylor Decker. He has not played a lot of left tackle in his career, Mike.
No, Decker's had a shoulder issue this week and couldn't go. And you're right, Skipper had a lot of times been that eligible lineman in or extra lineman in jumbo package.
Jared Goff with an incompletion right off the bat. Mark that down. Hasn't happened a lot lately. Trips right, single man left. Gibbs in the game now. Goff waits in the shotgun, takes the snap, handed off Gibbs, running left along the hash marks, and he spins his way out to the 35-yard line. Gain of 5 for Gibbs on his first touch. Danico Autry with the tackle. That'll bring up 3rd down and 5. Gibbs has averaged 5 yards per carry in each of his last 7 games. That's an NFL record. Lions up on the football quickly here on 3rd and 5. 2 receivers stack right, single man left. Gibbs in motion to the right. They're going to flip it to St. Brown, running left along the numbers to the 40. He's got a first down. Amon-Ra St. Brown out to the 42-yard line. How about that play? Started stacked to the right. They flipped it underneath, almost like a little shovel pass to him, and he picks up 7.
Well, that's what I talk about Ben Johnson. You look at the first play, a quick out route that wasn't there, incomplete. Second play, run. Third play, misdirection. Running play to your wide receiver. This is what Ben Johnson does, keeps the defense on their heels.
That will go as a pass completion, so that's 31 straight times now. Amon-Ra St. Brown has been targeted, and the pass has been complete.
It's easy that way.
1st and 10 from their own 42. Goff under center, takes the snap, handoff Montgomery, runs left to the number as he plows his way out to the 45, and it looks like the 46. Gain of 4 before Daniil Hunter can make the tackle, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 6.
I kind of like the 2 runs. Both went to the left side over Dan Skipper. Kind of let Dan build a little bit of confidence, running forward, run blocking, because he's going to have his hands full when to get to the pass against Daniil Hunter.
Montgomery in there is the single back on 2nd down and 6. St. Brown is a slot to the right. 2 tight ends left. Ball resting at the 46-yard line on the near side left hash. Goff under center, takes the snap. Back on a play fake. Looks right. Sidearm to throw that side. Caught by Jameson Williams. Flag flies. And Williams is pushed out of bounds on the far right side after a gain of about a half yard. But let's look at the marker. This may be going against Detroit.
That's going to be Penei Sewell or one of the old linemen downfield.
Well, Penei Sewell is well beyond everybody right now walking back to the huddle. Although he's saying it's against Houston.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense number 71. 5-yard penalty.
So he's wrong.
Yeah, it was Kevin Zeitler. Yeah, of course the offense is going to say it was on the defense, but that play got, you saw Goff had the sidearm, and it got thrown off just a little bit, and just that split second let the lineman get downfield too far.
Those are such precise timing plays, right? That one little beat can mess the entire thing up.
Because the O-line is going. You know, they think it's the timing. Their backs to the ball. They're going.
So move it back to the 41-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 11. 2 receivers to the right. St. Brown is in the slot. Williams single man to the left. Goff in the shotgun with Gibbs to his right side. Goff gets the snap, back to pass, looks right, throws right, batted up in the air, and it's intercepted. Picked off by the Texans. Jimmy Ward picked it off. I think it was Jalen Petrie that tipped it in the air. And the Texans take over a big start for the Houston defense.
Boy, oh boy, what a phenomenal play by Petrie, getting some ups. Lining up to the outside. He disguised that blitz well. Just got up, timed it perfectly, knocked that ball up, and normally when that ball goes in the air to the defensive side, it's going to be intercepted.
First interception of the year for Ward, the 9th of his career. And now the Texans will take over in Lions territory. They're going to have it at the 33-yard line, 1st down and 10. Well, that is what D'Amico Ryans was hoping for out of his defense. Big play to intercept Jared Goff, who has not given the ball away very much this year. Stroud will start in the shotgun. He's got Mixon to his right. 2 receivers to the right side, single man to the left. Stroud waits on the shotgun snap. He's got it. He'll hold it out for Mixon, gives it to him. Sweeps left, cuts it up just inside the numbers and doesn't have much room there. Gets about a yard to the 32-yard line. Host of white jerseys waiting for him, led by Levi Onwuzurike. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 9. C.J. Stroud with 11 touchdowns, 4 picks on the year. He's been struggling in his last 3 games, though. Just 1 touchdown pass in that stretch. Mixon has been terrific. He's 3rd in the NFL in rush yards per game. Tank Dell, Robert Woods, Xavier Hutchinson, the wide receivers. Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover are the tight ends. 2nd down, 9 Texans from the Lions 32. Receivers left and right. Stroud goes under center. Mixon is the single back. Stroud looks over the defense, brings a man in motion from the left, takes the snap. He'll toss it to Mixon, running to the right side. Gets outside the numbers, and he's upended for a loss. Oh, the Lions did a great job stringing that one out, and Trevor Nowaski came in to make the play. It'll set up a 3rd down and 10.
Yeah, he made the play. Brian Branch forced the play coming up from his safety position. I mentioned in the keys that Houston needs to get the running game going. Well, also, that's not like it's going to be easy. Detroit's 7th in the league, giving up just over 106 yards a game on the ground.
3rd down and 10 now for the Texans. Stroud will line up in the shotgun. Dario Gumbawale is in as the running back. 3 receivers to the left side of the formation. Schultz, the tight end, on the right end of the line. Stroud gets the snap. He's back to pass. Rush coming. Stroud has time. Throws left. That's caught for a 1st down. Tumbling down inside the 20-yard line is Tank Dell. They'll mark him right at the 20. It's a gain of 13 and a Texans 1st down.
So I mentioned a lot on Tank Dell. Had 126 yards last week. Most he's had in the season. Nice little going out and then coming back inside. Gets inside of Meek Robertson.
Mike Dell had 130 yards his previous 4 games combined before last week.
Well, he's answering the bell when the pressure's on him, when the other 2 main receivers are out.
1st down and 10 from the 20. Stroud is under center. 2 receivers right, including Dell, who goes in motion. Here's a give to Mixon. Starts right, jumps to his left, now back out to his right. And again, not a whole lot there. He finds 2 yards down to the 18. And that'll bring up a 2nd down and 8 as the Texans officially enter the red zone. Aleem McNeil, 4th-year man out of North Carolina State, with the tackle.
And Kenyon Green, the left guard, is out. He's on IR. He's out for the season with a shoulder injury. So Juice Scruggs, the center, went over the left guard. And Jarrett Patterson, the backup center, is starting at center. So an interior line that struggled with pass blocking and now has a couple of changes inside.
The Texans have really been having problems. They give up the 5th highest pressure rate in the NFL, and only the Browns have given up more sacks. Stroud goes under center, 2 receivers stacked left. Stover, the tight end, comes in motion to the right. Here's the snap, handoff. This is Mixon bouncing outside of the right, avoids the 1st tackle, gets outside the numbers, looking for room, now cuts it back left, and he'll be swarmed under, back around the 26. Carlton Davis led the charge that time for the Lions. And boy, every time Mixon has tried to go wide, he has found nothing. That turns into a loss of 8.
Yeah, so the secondary, Brian Branch, the other run play, this time, as you mentioned, Carlton Davis came up and just does a great job of not letting Mixon have anywhere to go. Forced him back to the inside where all of his friends were coming. And that was some great pursuit by the rest of the defense.
Now the Texans converted a 3rd down and 10. Now they've got a 3rd down and 16.
Oh, boy.
Stroud in the gun with a Gumbawale to his right. 2 receivers to the left, single man to the right. Stroud gets the snap. He's back to pass against a 4-man rush. He steps up in the pocket. Stroud looks, throws left, got a man wide open. That's caught inside the 15. Running inside the 10 for a 1st down is John Mechie. Stroud stepped up in the pocket, and Mechie was all alone. He takes it down to the 10 and moves the sticks. 3rd and 16. He gains 16.
Straight 4-man rush and zone behind. And one of the defenders just dropped off too deep, left Mechie wide open.
Mike, looking at the replay, it's almost like Stroud looked, saw Mechie, and couldn't believe his eyes, like he double looked out there before he threw it.
Boy, that was very undisciplined by the right side of the Detroit defense in the secondary.
1st and goal from the 10. Stroud is under center, takes the snap. Back on a play fake. Looks right, throws short right. That's caught. And an immediate tackle by Alex Anzalone. Cade Stover made the catch, but Anzalone was right there to bring him down at the 8-yard line. It's a gain of 2. It'll be 2nd down and goal from there. Alex Anzalone continues to play well, 2nd on this team in tackles. He led the team a year ago with a career high, 4th year with the Lions after 4 with New Orleans. Another guy that has come here to Detroit and just seems like he has found a new career.
Fitting right in. Well, and defenders love to play for an Aaron Glenn defense as well.
Play clock is already down to 8. The Texans are still back in the huddle. They'll hustle here to the line of scrimmage. Play clock now shows 4. Stroud lines up in the gun, and D'Amico Ryans is going to take a timeout. I don't know what the issue was there, but the Texans were in the huddle forever.
I don't know if the play just came in that late. Miscommunication between Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud.
And D'Amico Ryans, the former linebacker, comes sprinting down the sideline for the Texans. to take their first time out. Upgrade your Sundays with NFL Plus Premium and watch live, local, and primetime games on mobile devices, plus NFL Red Zone, game replays, and more. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Subscription required for NFL Plus Premium. Terms and conditions apply. Boy, if you were watching Red Zone today, you saw some great finishes around the NFL in that early window.
Wow, there were some great endings. Boy, Kansas City just keeps finding a way, don't they?
My goodness. 9-0 now for the Chiefs.
On a blocked field goal attempt where Denver got it down for a short kick to win the game and end the undefeated season for KC. Not so fast.
If you're the Broncos, you're thinking we did everything right to get into that position. Second down and goal from the 8. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Stroud by his lonesome in the shotgun. Now we'll bring Mixon from outside the numbers on the right in motion. He's going to hand it to him, sweeping around the left side. Mixon turns the corner, lowers the shoulder, into the end zone. Touchdown, Texans. Joe Mixon with an 8-yard touchdown run, and Houston is on the board first. 7:46 to go in the first quarter. It's the Texans 6, the Lions nothing, and the extra point try coming up.
Boy, that was huge. That's taking advantage, without question, of the turnover. And Robert Woods got a great seal block on Brian Branch. Brian Branch thought he was just going to go out and be able to contain that. And Woods just stood right in front of him and picked him off.
7th touchdown in the last 5 games for Mixon. And now Kaimi Fairbairn comes on for the PAT. He's 18 of 18 this year. John Weeks will snap. Tommy Townsend will hold. Fairbairn's kick is on the way, and it is good. 7:46 to go in the first quarter. Texans on top of the Lions 7-0. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
This fall so far on The Howard Stern Show.
Chris Stapleton.
Hello, everybody.
Charlie XCX.
You are brats.
People are going wild.
Plus Aubrey Plaza, Colin Jost and Michael Che, and Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. And coming soon, Howard's very first interview with Cher. This fall on The Howard Stern Show. Exclusively on Sirius XM.
Up front tonight, the breaking news.
Get closer to what's happening right now with the Sirius XM news channels.
Images coming in of a large wildfire burning, evacuations underway.
From cable news to business.
And so the markets need to be prepared for that and the volatility.
And international.
Very large stockpiles of ammunition and advanced weapons because of its own preparations for
the Sirius XM news channels, starting at channel 112 and on the Sirius XM app.
Your home for the Emirates NBA Cup is Sirius XM NBA Radio Channel 86.
Yep, that's a three-point play opportunity for Jalen Brunson.
Starting at 7:30, here the New York Knicks take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Then at 10 Eastern, catch Captain Klay Thompson in his return to the Bay when the Dallas Mavericks face the Golden State Warriors.
Left to Thompson, teed up again, down it goes again.
Don't miss an NBA Cup doubleheader Tuesday night on NBA Radio Channel 86 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
I'm Bruce Murray.
And I'm Rich Gannon. Join us Monday, noon Eastern time on the Sirius XM Blitz. We recap Week 10, including what we saw between the Steelers and the Commanders, the Broncos and the Chiefs, the Eagles and the Cowboys, and the Red Hot Lions taking on the Texans on Sunday Night Football.
Plus, we'll preview Monday Night Football between the Dolphins and Chargers and discuss all the other news around the National Football League.
So don't miss these Sirius XM Blitz with me and Rich Gannon. Monday, noon Eastern time on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth at NRG Stadium in Houston. Tackle your to-do list with Grainger. From locker rooms to plant floors, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. 7:46 to go first quarter. Texans have a 7-0 lead, an 8-play, 33-yard drive after the interception. 29 of the 33 yards on that drive came on third down. The Texans converted a 3rd and 10 and a 3rd and 16 against a Lions team that has given up less than 30% on third down this year, Mike.
And we knew the Houston offense had this in them. They've just been, again, losing 2 out of their last 3. They have not been on their game, but they're starting off well tonight off the turnover.
Fairbairn on the approach, an end-over-end kick. Khalif Raymond backs up a couple yards deep in the end zone. He's got it. He'll drop to his right knee again. These kickoffs have not been terribly deep.
No.
The Lions average 35 yards per kickoff return this year. They're the best in the NFL, but so far Raymond has shown no inclination to take one out.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised. They're just basically right behind the goal line.
Meanwhile, developing story, Jared Goff with 2 incompletions on the opening drive.
That's just stunning. I mean, stunning. Those last 5 games, he's completed 84% of his passes.
2 receivers left, 1 right. Montgomery the single back. Goff is under center. First down and 10 Lions at their own 30-yard line. Goff pointing out to his left, puts his hands back under center, brings a receiver in motion from the left, takes the snap, he'll hand it off to Montgomery, spinning back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. Maybe got a half yard. Jalen Petrie got him up around the neck and brought him down to the turf. And that'll bring up second down and long. For Goff, just his 5th interception of the year. For the Lions, just their 6th giveaway of the year.
Now listen, if Houston can knock them off their game a little bit, because, boy, the Lions have been absolutely rolling with 6 wins in a row, but turnovers are always going to hurt you.
Second down and 10. Goff under center, takes the snap. Back on a play fake to Montgomery. Sets his feet, going deep, down the field. Got a man open. It is almost intercepted. That ball was slightly underthrown. It was intended for Jameson Williams and nearly picked off by Derek Stingley, who was able to make up ground, went leaping in the air and had his hands on the ball, but couldn't quite hang on. It'll set up 3rd and 10.
Derek Stingley has given up the 3rd fewest yards in man coverage, and boy, that should have been the 2nd pick of the night. Boy, he was in great position, and you mentioned the ball was a little bit underthrown.
Did a great job closing ground to get close. Now 3rd and 10 for the Lions, 7th best in the NFL on 3rd down this year. Twin receivers left and right. Goff in the shotgun, Montgomery to his right. Here's the snap, and they're going to blow this one dead. I think the play clock ran out. Can't even hear the whistles in here. It's so loud. Bill Vinovich is our referee.
Delay game. Offense number 16. 5-yard go 3rd down.
So that'll cost him 5, and now it's 3rd and 15.
Boy, not the position you want to be in a visitor's stadium with how loud it gets. And with the pass rush now again, Will Anderson is not playing, but Danielle Hunter leads the NFL with 54 pressures. Will Anderson was 6th in the league with 40, but again, he's out tonight.
3rd down, 15 from the 25. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Goff in the shotgun with Montgomery to his left side. Goff left foot in front of right, gets a chest-high shotgun snap. He's back to pass, sets his feet, looks, throws short right. That's caught just shy of the 30 by Laporta. Laporta spins out of the first tackle, gets to the 34, and is met there and driven backwards. So well shy of the first down. Gain of 9 on the play. Jalen Petrie with the tackle, and the Lions will punt it away. Jack Fox, who is 2nd in the NFL in gross punting, 1st in net, will come out and send it away to Houston.
What a big boost for this Houston defense. We talked about how powerful this Detroit offense has been. 2 series, you had a turnover, and now you have a punt after a 3rd and long.
Steven Sims back deep to return the Fox punt. He's got it. Fox hits a low twisting kick. Sims racing up, has it at the 25, across the 30, 35, up to the 40-yard line, and he's out to about the 43. So a low wobbly kick. Sims caught it on the run on a dead sprint and explodes up the middle. Sione Vaki got down to make the tackle on special teams. Just a 41-yard punt and a nice return. We'll have the Texans in good field position when we come back. With 6:22 to go in the first quarter, it's Houston 7, Detroit nothing. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Finding quality candidates for your small business is no little league game, but Indeed can help you cover all your hiring bases. Their all-in-one hiring platform has smart tools to help you attract, screen, and hire quality candidates. And they don't just help you hire faster. 93% of employers agree Indeed delivers the highest quality matches compared to other job sites, according to a recent Indeed survey. Nix the hassle. Start hiring. Learn more at Indeed.com/credit to expand your team today.
Hey, football fans, with BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms, 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
When I wake
wake up.
The best mornings
In the morning light.
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Try Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. This modern-day non-aerosol formula features enhanced ingredients, an exceptional glide, and crisp fragrance for a shave experience like no other. Learn more at Barbasol.com.
Barbasol.
All season long, you can stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by Pfizer. Visit VaxAssist.com to schedule your pneumococcal vaccination appointment today. That's VaxAssist.com. And fans, a reminder, you can listen on WestwoodOneSports.com, the NFL app, by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. Uncharacteristic start for the Lions. Best third down defense in the league. They gave up 3rd and 10 and 3rd and 16 on the Texans' first drive. And then a punt return unit that has given up less than 5 yards of return this year. Best in the NFL, just gives up an 18-yard return to Steven Sims.
Houston needs to take advantage of what's going on right now because Detroit, it does lead the league in points a game with over 32 points a game. At some point, you figure they're going to get rolling. So Houston needs to take advantage of these opportunities when they get them.
Texans will start this drive at their own 43-yard line, 1st and 10. They've got a 7-0 lead, 6:22 to go in the first quarter. Texans losers of 2 of their last 3 after a 5-1 start. This is their second of 3 straight primetime games. They'll visit the Cowboys for Monday Night Football next week. Stroud will line up in the shotgun. He's got Mixon to his left. Here's the snap. Stroud back, looks right, throws right side, caught by Dell at the 50, and he's pushed out of bounds in Lions territory at the 49-yard line. So an easy pitch and catch there. Carlton Davis in coverage. It's a gain of 8. That'll bring up 2nd and 2.
Bobby Slow calling a nice early game as well, mixing up plays, trying to keep the Detroit defense on its heels.
And Bobby Slowick, one of those that was called out in a team meeting this week by Joe Mixon. Mixon got up in front of the team, said he basically went down the line, including himself, and called everybody out for what they could be doing better. 2nd down and 2. Stroud under center has the snap, back on a play fake, rolling to his left. He throws left side. Dell again. He's got it. Out of bounds at the Lions' 40-yard line. So no Nico Collins, no Stephon Diggs, no problem so far for the Texans. Stroud going to Tank Dell, picks up 8, another Houston first down.
Yeah, you don't hear of a team that's 6-3 really calling team meetings, but they lost 2 or 3. The team leaders got together and chatted, and then Bobby Slowick started his offensive meeting, and Joe Mixon said, hey, I'd like to say a few words, and proceeded, like you said, to call everybody out. They said it was a good meeting to get kind of everything out.
1st down and 10 from the Lions, 41. 2 receivers right. Stroud has the under center snap. Give it to Mixon. Bouncing outside left. Hit immediately. He leans across the 40 to the 39. Carlton Davis made the tackle. Gain of 2. That'll bring up 2nd and 8. Tune in to watch all the excitement of the NFL next Sunday on CBS and Fox. Check your local listings for games and times in your area. Catch the NFL on CBS and Fox. And Mike, I mean, obviously you're right. Teams that are 6-3 don't have a lot of meetings. I think for the Texans, they really felt embarrassed by their performance against the Jets last week. Not just that they lost, they felt like they did not play anywhere near their best on national TV.
And then had 10 days to think about it. When after a loss like that, you want to just get back on the field and show that that wasn't you, and they had to wait 10 days for it.
2nd down, 8 from the Lions, 39. Stroud of the gun, gets the snap. He's back to pass. Rush coming up the middle, flips it out left. That's Dell along the numbers. Cuts back to the 35-30, all the way across the field, 25, down to the 20. Near side numbers 15, to the 10, to the 5, and all the way down to the 3. It was Mixon that made the catch. Mixon out of the backfield, caught it on the left side, came all the way across to the right. He gains 36, and the Texans have a 1st and goal.
Boy, just a great play to the offensive left. The O-lineman out there leading the block, and then just open space.
From the 3-yard line, 1st and goal. Shotgun snap to Stroud. Here's a handoff. Mixon running left, kind of slipped, and he goes down at the 1. A flag comes in from behind the play. Onzarike made the tackle. The Lions think it's holding against Houston.
It is going to be holding.
Offense number 70. 10-yard penalty. Repeat 1st down.
That's Juice Scruggs, who starts at left guard tonight. Jerry Patterson starts at center, and Mike, this has been a real problem for the Texans. 28th in the league in penalties coming into tonight.
Yeah, between giving up sacks and penalties, they've kind of been their own worst enemy for what has normally been a highly potent offense, save for the last 2 of the last 3 weeks.
First one of the game tonight, but it cost them there. Instead of being on the doorstep at the 1, they're all the way back to the 13. First down and goal from there. Stroud will line up under center with Mixon the single back. Receivers left and right, 2 tight ends in the game. Mixon brings a receiver in motion from the left. Here's a handoff. Mixon straight ahead along the right hash, ducks his shoulder and works his way to the 11-yard line. Gain of 2. Josh Paschal, back after missing the last couple of games, makes the tackle. And that'll bring up second down and goal.
Now, Mixon has already had like 7 carries, but only for like 4 or 5 yards. But that's okay. Just have the attempts. You know we can break one as there's a Texan player that's on one knee.
Well, that's Laramie Tunsil, the left tackle. And the Texans have already been trying to piece it together this week, figuring out how they were going to reconfigure this offensive line to try to get things in a better spot. And Tunsil up on his feet, but limping off the field. And so they're going to have to switch the puzzle around even a little bit more.
Yeah, Blake Fisher from Notre Dame, the second rounder, is in now at left tackle.
Fisher, who played right tackle for the Irish last year, will play left tackle in Tunsil's absence. Tunsil, of course, a 4-time Pro Bowler. He has had his struggles this year. He's the most penalized player in the league. He got that left ankle rolled up on. So Fisher comes in. Second down and goal from the 11. 7-0 Texans lead. 3 minutes, 9 seconds to go in the first quarter. Stroud lines up in the shotgun. Mixon to his left. 2 receivers left. 2 tight ends right. Mixon now will shift off to Stroud's right side. Here's the snap. Stroud back to pass. Looking. Steps up in the pocket. Throws out to the right side, and it's incomplete. Floats that over the head of Mixon. Anzalone was in coverage. And it'll be a 3rd down and goal. First incompletion thrown by Stroud tonight. He had been 6 of 6.
Yeah, Josh Paschal hurried him a bit. Paschal back after missing a couple of games, and they certainly could use him. He missed the last 2 games, had a benign mass removed from his shoulder. Now finally back.
Paschal,
they're looking forward to his pass rush.
Paschal went through skin cancer in college and undergoes exams quite often. They found that mass, which thankfully was non-cancerous, but they had to remove it and missed a couple of weeks. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Stroud back in the gun. 3rd down and goal from the 11. Stroud gets the snap. He's back to pass. Sets his feet. Has time. Steps up in the pocket. Moving to his left. Being chased. Spins and he gets sacked. Could not get away. James Houston, the 3rd-year man out of Jackson State, comes up to get the sack on C.J. Stroud. And the Texans will bring out Fairbairn and the field goal unit. Excellent job by Houston, his first sack of the year.
And Houston was somewhat spying on Stroud, and I've never been a fan of spying. I feel like it's almost a waste of a defender, especially with the athletic quarterbacks today that can kind of make a quarterback miss. But boy, Houston came up and did a great job in open field.
So Fairbairn is on for the field goal attempt. It'll be from 34 yards. He's 21 of 25 on the season. Snap spot, kick is on the way, and Fairbairn drills it through, and that will give the Texans a 10-point lead. A reminder that for every field goal made tonight and throughout the remainder of the season, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol Shaving Cream, America's #1 shaving cream. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 2:09 to go in the first quarter. It's the Texans 10, the Lions nothing. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
You've got a Pepto predicament, moviegoer.
Hey, I can hear your stomach grumbling.
Sorry, I ate that entire tub of popcorn with extra butter. You overdid it, and now your movie has turned into a blockbuster bellyache. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief, so you can focus on the action on the big screen instead of in your stomach. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Can't wait for Black Friday? Same. Luckily, Kohl's savings start early. Shop Friday through Sunday and score so many deals. At the top of my list, Amazon Kids tablets for $49.99. 40% off Cozy Fleece, a shark vacuum for $149.99. And with an extra 15% off, men's flannels are under $17. Plus, you'll earn $10 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent at Kohl's. Select styles, 15% off are valid November 8th through 10th. Coupons do not apply to Amazon and Shark. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Stand Up to Cancer asked leading cancer researchers to speak about why they do their work.
2 words come to mind for me. One is responsibility,
the other's purpose.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please, help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
Furnished by Stand Up to Cancer.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's Enhanced Network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
2:09 to go first quarter. Texans 10, Lions nothing. Well, the Lions have the best point differential in the NFL. They've won 6 straight games. But if they're going to make it 7, they're going to have to dig their way out of an early double-digit hole tonight. The Texans have looked very good coming off that extra rest.
They have. They've taken advantage of opportunities on offense, and the defense has been strong against this supposedly been very powerful Detroit offense.
Dorsey and Raymond back deep to return the Fairbairn kick. Fairbairn sends away an end-over-end boot. This is going Dorsey's way. He's got it a yard deep, and he will drop down to his knee. And again, the Lions will start at the 30. Every Westwood One football broadcast this season, once again available on all Alexa-enabled devices. Just say Open Westwood One Sports. You'll be taken straight to the action. That's Open Westwood One Sports to listen on Alexa.
You know, we talked about since week 3 that they have more offensive touchdowns, Detroit, than incompletions, 26 to 24. Goff's just 2 of 5 tonight, but Houston is number 1 in the NFL in giving up just 54% completion percentage.
2 receivers right, 1 left. Goff lines up in the shotgun with Gibbs to his right. 1st and 10 from the 30. Here's the snap. Goff fakes the handoff. Looking, pumps, moves out to his right side. Still looking down the field. Nobody open. Throws it away. Incomplete. So the 4th incompletion thrown by Goff. Danico Autry applied the pressure. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
That was a coverage incompletion. That was just great coverage down the field.
You mentioned the Texans only giving up 54% completions this year. They're number 1 in the league in yards per play allowed. They're 2nd in the NFL in passes defensed coming into tonight. Receivers left and right on 2nd down and 10. Goff lines up under center. Gibbs is the back. Gibbs will take the handoff, bouncing outside to the left. Stiff arms the first defender, but all kinds of help is there to run him backwards and out of bounds. Azeez Al-Shire back after a 3-game absence. Drives Jahmyr Gibbs back inside the 25-yard line. They're going to mark him down at the 24. That's a loss of 6. And 3rd and 16 now for the Lions.
Well, that was Jalen Petrie who made that play. Jalen Petrie has made a couple of plays from the linebacker position, and he had the tip pass playing on the line of scrimmage.
And Petrie had a rough game last Thursday against the Jets. Went for an interception that he missed, turned into a Garrett Wilson touchdown. But man, is he off to a great start tonight. 3rd down, 16. Goff gets the shotgun snap. Back to pass. Sets his feet. Fires deep down the middle of the field. It's bobbled. Caught by Williams across the 45. Getting a shove from behind. And he's all the way out to the 47-yard line. A wobbler out of the hands of Jared Goff. Bobbled and caught by Jamison Williams for a gain of 23.
Boy, I thought he was going to drop that. I mean, that, even though it was a wobbly pass, that hit him right in the hands to keep running. And he bobbled it. It was up in the air, and I thought he was going to get stung before he had a chance to catch it again. But able to haul it in. Finally get the first down.
From the Texans, 47 now, 1st and 10. 2 receivers left and right. St. Brown sprints across the formation from left to right. Goff is back, swings it out right side, caught by Gibbs, makes the first man miss. He's across the 50 into Texans territory and dropped to the 49 by Derek Stingley. So Jahmyr Gibbs catches the swing pass, picks up 4. That'll bring up 2nd down and 6 for the Lions. Inside 30 seconds to go in the first quarter.
Well, we've seen Petrie make some good open field tackles, but a missed tackle there. Unfortunately for the Texans, they have the 2nd highest missed tackle rate in the NFL.
Lions back in the huddle here on 2nd down and 6. They do not have to snap it again before the quarter runs out. See if they're going to snap it here, maybe try to get a free 5 yards. Two receivers right, one man left. Goff puts his hands under center, and the Lions will not snap the football. We have reached the end of the first quarter in Houston. With the score, the Texans 10, the Lions nothing. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Up front tonight, the breaking news.
Get closer to what's happening right now with the Sirius XM news channels.
The images coming in of a large wildfire burning, evacuations underway.
From cable news to business.
And so the markets need to be prepared for that and the volatility.
And international.
Very large stockpiles of ammunition and advanced weapons because of its own preparations for
the Sirius XM news channels, starting at channel 112 and on the Sirius XM app.
Your home for the Emirates NBA Cup is Sirius XM NBA Radio Channel 86.
Yep, that's a three-point play opportunity for Jalen Brunson.
Starting at 7:30, here the New York Knicks take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Then at 10 Eastern, catch Captain Klay Thompson in his return to the Bay when the Dallas Mavericks face the Golden State Warriors.
Left to Thompson, teed up again, down it goes again.
Don't miss an NBA Cup doubleheader Tuesday night on NBA Radio Channel 86 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
College basketball is back, and the road to the championship starts now on Sirius XM.
Knock it down!
Catch all the top games, the buzzer beaters, and the rivalries you live for in both men's and women's college basketball.
RJ Davis!
Whether you're driving, at home, or on the go, follow your favorite teams in every unforgettable moment. College basketball lives on Sirius XM. Anywhere you are, go to SiriusXM.com/sports to find out where to hear your favorite team.
The #1 pro wrestling podcast on the planet is now on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca from Busted Open. Join us every day to watch in-depth conversations with the biggest names in pro wrestling.
Consistently the best wrestling show.
With Cody Rhodes, Swerve Strickland, Becky Lynch, Goldberg, Ric Flair, The Undertaker.
I'm actually glad to be on a real show.
And so many more. Plus daily breakdowns of the world of wrestling. Subscribe to us now. Search Busted Open on YouTube.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. I'm Ryan Radke along with Mike Golick. The start of the second quarter is sponsored by Old Spice. Stinking places beyond your pits, Old Spice has you covered with total body deodorant. 24/7 freshness from pits to toes with daily use.
I'm always impressed with your whistling capabilities.
I work on it all week just to try to impress you.
Wow.
There you go again. 15 minutes gone.
Threw your whistle that time. That was impressive.
10-0. Texans on top. A first quarter really dominated by Houston, Mike.
Yeah, really was. Making hay with a turnover, that was key to turn that turnover into 7.
Lions will start the second quarter with a 2nd down and 6 from the Texans 49. They're moving left to right. Goff will line up under center. Gibbs is the single back. Two receivers stacked to the right side of the formation. Tight ends left and right. Williams in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. Goff will hand it off. Gibbs hit in the backfield, gets away, gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Stacked up by a host of battle red jerseys and driven backward. No gain for Jahmyr Gibbs. Tommy Togiai, third-year man out of Ohio State, just up off the practice squad, led the way. And here comes 3rd and 6.
Boy, another 3rd and decently long to let this Houston pass rush kind of get after it. You mentioned they're second in the league in passes defense. They have the top pressure guy in Daniil Hunter.
Williams in motion again from right to left. Two receivers to that left side now. Tim Patrick single man right. Goff waits back in the shotgun. Gets the snap. Back against the 5-man rush. He looks. He fires down the middle, and Williams makes the catch, tumbling down inside the Texans 40. Great job by Jamison Williams on a throw that was behind him. He pulls it in. He's down to the 36, a gain of 13.
Boy, nice job of Goff hanging in there. They ran an inside stunt, and a rusher was coming straight at him, and he just fired that ball a little behind, but still, complete first down, move the chains.
Want to know how you complete 75% of your throws? Sometimes your receivers help you out. Yep. First down and 10 from the Texans 36. Goff under center, two receivers to the left. Here's the snap. Goff will hand it off. Running off the right side is Gibbs. And Jahmyr Gibbs works his way close to the 30-yard line that time. Jalen Petrie again comes up to make the tackle. Tim Settle was in there as well. Nice pickup by Jahmyr Gibbs on first down. It'll bring up 2nd down and about 5.
Sonic with the rush there.
That's right.
Sonic and Knuckles.
Sonic and Knuckles. I was not a big gamer, so I had
Sonic the Hedgehog. This
Yeah.
is based off after the continuation after Sonic the Hedgehog 3 of Sonic and Knuckles.
I'm almost frightened that you know this. Two receivers to the right. Here's the snap. Goff will hand it off. Gibbs again. Starts left. Bounces off the pile. Cuts back to his right. Takes it inside the 30 down to the 28-yard line. Devin White with the tackle. And now a third down and short. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Sunday Night Football.
This is Bill Belichick. Hear me break down the week in the NFL every Monday night on Let's Go, 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in Houston. 12:30 to go, second quarter. 10-0 Texans on top. Lions have a third down and a long yard here. They'll go empty with three receivers left, two right. Goff lines up in the shotgun. Hands in front of his chest, gets the snap. Back to pass. Looking, moving to his right. Goff can run if he wants. He will tuck it and run, and he sprints out of bounds with a first down on the near sideline. He needed the 26-yard line. He got to the 25. Eric Murray runs him out, and the Lions keep the drive alive with the legs of Jared Goff.
Definitely he needs some open space to make yards. He runs effectively, not dangerously, but there he had plenty of room, and he knew exactly where the stick was, and he was getting 1 yard past it, and that was it.
So the Lions keep possession here as we tick down inside of 12 minutes to go in this first half. Nose of the football at the 25-yard line on the near side right hash. Slot left, single receiver right. Goff back in the shotgun. He's got Gibbs to his right side. Here's the snap. Gibbs will take the handoff, running left, cuts it up along the hash marks. And Jahmyr Gibbs powers his way down to the 20-yard line. 5-yard gain before Jimmy Ward could make the tackle. And that'll bring up second down at 5. What a great 1-2 punch. Gibbs and Montgomery, they can do it all. It's not like one catches passes, one doesn't. I mean, they both run it effectively. Great duo.
Great duo that not only runs the ball well, but they catch the ball well. Gibbs came into the night with 20 receptions. Montgomery was 17, so their threats out of the backfield catching the ball as well.
Second down 5 from the 20. Two receivers right, Goff back in the shotgun. Takes the snap, fakes to Gibbs, rolling to his right. Goff is looking, floats it toward the end zone, caught for a touchdown. Sam Laporta got behind the defense, and Jared Goff with a perfect throw. A 20-yard touchdown, and the Lions are on the board. 10:52 to go in the second quarter. It's the Texans 10, the Lions 6, and the extra point coming up to try to make it a 3-point game.
Laporta had a couple of steps on his defender the entire route. And again, this is the rollout. You got a shorter route and a longer route, and he had steps, and Goff knew it all the way, put it right on him for a guy who's really been underused this year, about 15% on routes as opposed to about 25% of the time last year.
Jake Bates, 30 of 31 on PATs this year, and now he is 31 out of 32 as he knocks it through. And we've got a 3-point game with 10:52 to go in the second quarter. It's the Texans 10 and the Lions 7. This is Westwood 1's coverage of the National Football League.
Hold up! It's Jimmy Fallon, and you're invited to my place for Christmas. Get ready for a new channel of classic holiday songs handpicked by me. Plus music from my new Christmas album, Holiday Season. Jimmy Fallon's Holiday Seasoning Radio. On now, Channel 17, or listen at home with the SiriusXM app. Just search Jimmy Fallon.
Feel the fury and rage of Liquid Metal, a channel that delivers a relentless barrage of bone-crushing sound. From Metallica, Pantera, and Slipknot to the hardest and heaviest rock of this moment. Jump into the pit on Liquid Metal Channel 40. And at home on Alexa, Google Home, smart TVs, and everywhere on the SiriusXM app.
Up front tonight, the breaking news.
Get closer to what's happening right now with the SiriusXM news channels.
The images coming in of a large wildfire burning, evacuations underway.
From cable news to business.
And so the markets need to be prepared for that and the volatility.
And international.
Very large stockpiles of ammunition and advanced weapons because of its own preparations for
the SiriusXM news channels, starting at channel 112 and on the SiriusXM app.
Your home for the Emirates NBA Cup is Sirius XM NBA Radio Channel 86.
Yep, that's a three-point play opportunity for Jalen Brunson.
Starting at 7:30, here the New York Knicks take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Then at 10 Eastern, catch Captain Klay Thompson in his return to the Bay when the Dallas Mavericks face the Golden State Warriors.
Left to Thompson, teed up again, down it goes again.
Don't miss an NBA Cup doubleheader Tuesday night on NBA Radio Channel 86 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Let's investigate the drive summary, sponsored by Investigate TV Plus. Real people and real solutions. Stories that impact you and inspire change every day. Check local listings to watch or click investigatetv.com. An 11-play, 70-yard drive took 6 minutes and 17 seconds off the clock. 20-yard touchdown pass to Sam Laporta, his third touchdown catch of the year. And Jared Goff, after that 2 of 6 start, 4 of 4 for 60 yards and a touchdown, a much-needed response for the Lions.
Yeah, that looked like a Detroit Lion offense right there. Houston had been keeping them off balance, obviously with a turnover in the first drive, but that's Detroit kind of exhaling and settling in.
Sims and Agumbawale back deep to return the kick. It won't matter as this one is headed for the uprights all the way through the end zone, and the Texans will start 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line. Well, C.J. Stroud off to a nice start tonight. Stroud is 6 of 7 for 83 yards. Joe Mixon, you mentioned 7 carries, only 6 yards, but does have the touchdown run, but stay with that running game.
And that's okay. Stay with the running game. Absolutely right. You know he has the ability to bust one. It's the attempts that can help. It can still freeze the linebackers in a play action.
1st down and 10 from the 30. Mixon in there as the running back. Laramie Tunsil is back in at left tackle. Stroud under center, slot left, single man right. Mechie in motion. They're going to hand it to him. Now they're going to flip it on a reverse. It's a wide pitch in the backfield. Dell's got nowhere to go. He starts back to his right side, and he'll end up losing only about 5 yards on the play. Well, Mechie got it running to his right, but his flip to Dell almost went by Tank Dell. And Dell, who had gone all the way back around the 15, did well to get back to the 25. It'll be 2nd and 15.
I tell you what, you're so right that they lost only 5 yards on that. That was, or it looks like 6 yards. I mean, that was 10 to 12 yards in loss.
So officially it is 2nd down and 16. Slot left, single man right. Stroud in the shotgun, brings Mechie in tight to the line on that left side. Stroud gets the snap. He's back to pass. He's looking, going deep down the left side for Hutchinson. It's incomplete. There's a penalty flag down. There's a couple of them, as a matter of fact. Terry and Arnold, the first rounder, was in coverage. He's been called for more pass interference penalties than anyone in the NFL. And we're about to tack on another.
Pass interference. Defense number 0. Spot foul. Automatic first down.
So that's the classic. You're getting beat by a step or so, and you're trying to catch up, and the pass is underthrown. The receiver turns around and slows down for the ball. The defender does not look back for the ball. If the defender looks back, he doesn't get called. But because he's trying to catch up, and the pass is underthrown, and the receiver starts to slow down, defender runs right through him. Easy call.
6th pass interference this year against Arnold. It's a 41-yard penalty. It moves the ball to the Detroit 35-yard line. Stroud goes under center on 1st down and 10. Takes the snap. He's back, handed off. Joe Mixon just outside the left hash and right into the waiting arms of a Lions defender. Pascal with the tackle. No gain on the play. And it'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Sometimes I think deep passes are half we're going to try and complete it and half we're going to look for an interference call.
It certainly feels that way in this era. That's one, had Terry and Arnold been able to turn around, he might have picked it off.
That's exactly right. But he was frantically trying to make up space, and if it was a pass on time or far enough, would have been a touchdown.
As a team, it's 9 carries, 0 yards for the Texans. 2nd down 10 from their own 35. Stroud under center, 2 receivers right, 1 left. Here's the snap. Stroud fakes the handoff, under pressure, moving to his left. Stroud looks, throws down the field, and it's incomplete. Had a receiver, he was looking for Dell, but it got knocked away. Brian Branch, who got tossed out of the game at Lambeau last week, came up to knock it down. It'll be 3rd down and 10.
Well, I mean, Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph have been 2 incredible safeties this year. And Branch really going back to safety, 63% of his snaps at safety, just 6% last year. He was more of a slot player last year, back to safety, and really, really making an impression.
So now this will be a 3rd down and 10. The Texans have had nothing but 3rd and long tonight. Stroud will line up in the shotgun. He'll bring Dell in motion from left to right. Stroud gets the snap. He's going to hand it off, running off to the left side, and this is going absolutely nowhere. They went conservative on 3rd and 10, handing off to Mixon, and Aleem McNeil got into the backfield and pushes Mixon backwards.
So, when I say keep doing the rushing attempts, not on 3rd and 10. Not on 3rd and 10. Don't do it then.
That is an ultra conservative call, and it will bring on Kaimi Fairbairn now for a long field goal attempt. So it'll be a 56-yarder from the left hash. Fairbairn is 10 of 12 this year from 50-plus. Here's the snap, ball down. The kick from Fairbairn is on the way, and it is good. Fairbairn knocks it through. He has tied the NFL single-season record with his 11th field goal of 50 or more yards this year, and he has given the Texans a 13-7 lead with 8:25 to go in the second quarter. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol shaving cream, delivering a quality shave at an honest value for over 100 years. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Scott Graham from our Westwood 1 studios with a look at the Week 10 scoreboard. Kansas City still unbeaten. They block a field goal as time expires, beat Denver today 16-14. Buffalo knocks off Indianapolis 30-20. Buffalo now 8-2. It was the Chargers over Tennessee 27-17. New England breaks their road losing streak. They win in Chicago today 19-3. Pittsburgh, a late touchdown pass from Russell Wilson, beat Washington in Washington 28-27. Philly all over Dallas today in Big D 34-6. San Francisco gets Christian McCaffrey back. They win at Tampa 23-20. Arizona wins their fourth in a row, knocking off the Jets 31-6. New Orleans breaks their losing streak, beating Atlanta 20-17. It was Minnesota 12, Jacksonville 7, and in Germany today, in overtime, Carolina knocked off the New York Giants 20-17. All the details coming your way at halftime. Back now to NRG Stadium. Ryan Ratke and Mike Golick.
All right, Scott, 8:25 to go second quarter. Texans on top of the Lions, 13-7. Kaimi Fairbairn ties Daniel Carlson for the most 50-yard field goals in a single season. By the way, it's Week 10, and he's already tied the record. His 11th field goal of 50 or more yards this year.
Smash the record. It's incredible. I mean, again, 50-plus yarders are like ho-hum in the league now.
It really is amazing that if somebody lines up from 50, it's like what you used to think a 35-yarder was.
Yeah.
Fairbairn will kick this one deep. End-over-end kick, maybe returnable here, taken at the goal line. Nope. Lions are going to take a knee again. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC next Sunday night when the Cincinnati Bengals meet the LA Chargers. You can also hear Sunday Night Football each week right here beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, the NFL app or online at westwood1sports.com. While we're impressed with Fairbairn, Mike, let's go back to the third down call. 3rd and 10. We've already seen the Texans convert a number of 3rd and longs tonight. And just a simple handoff to Mixon.
Not even like a draw. I mean, just a handoff. That was very, very surprising and very, very conservative.
1st down and 10. Goff under center. Receivers left and right. He'll turn, hand it off to David Montgomery off the right side, and he's got nowhere to go. Montgomery fortunate to get back to the line of scrimmage. Texans close down any room up front. Folorunso Farukasi with the tackle. It'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Friends call him Foley. We'll call him Foley.
I call him Foley, too.
But really nice hand play. I mean, that's it, especially on the interior D-line. Get your hands on the O-lineman, steer them. Don't let them control you. Get off the block. Don't trade 1-for-1. Great play.
2nd down and 10. Goff lines up in the shotgun. 2 receivers stacked right, 1 left. Montgomery, the running back, to Goff's right side. Goff will bring St. Brown in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. Goff back to pass. He's looking, pumps, fires over the middle, incomplete. Threw that one into the ground. It's going to bring up 3rd and 10. There is a penalty flag back by where Goff released that pass. Daniil Hunter was applying the pressure. Let's hear from Bill Vinovich.
No use of hands. Hands to the face. Defense number 55. 5-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
And that was Hunter working against Dan Skipper, Mike.
Yep, got his left hand up into the chin and the lower face mask of Skipper and kind of kept it there. Sometimes if you get it up there and pull it back right away, it won't get called, but he kept it up there. Skipper, again, going to definitely have his hands full with Daniil Hunter in his one-on-one situations.
So that nullifies the incomplete pass. It moves the ball to the 35-yard line and gives the Lions a first down. Boy, with all that has gone wrong, seemingly, for Detroit tonight, they trail by just 6 with 7:42 to go in the first half. Goff under center, 2 receivers right, 1 left. Here's the snap, fake the handoff to Montgomery. Goff in trouble, gets away. His arm is hit, the ball pops up in the air, and it's grabbed by the Texans. It's intercepted. The ball got hit and popped straight up, and before it could hit the ground, it was picked off by Henry To'oTo'o. Danico Autry got in the backfield. He is the one that made contact with Goff, and then To'oTo'o was able to grab it out of the air.
That ball bounced off a couple of people. I mean, it hit, then it hit another hand of a defender twice before To'oTo'o gets the interception.
Yeah, I think it was Togiai that batted it up, Mike. You're right. And then To'oTo'o was there to pick it off. That might officially go as a fumble recovery. We'll have to wait and see. Either way, it's Texans ball, and they've got it at the Lions' 36-yard line, their second drive to begin in Detroit territory tonight. Stroud under center with 2 receivers to the right. Here's the snap. Fake the handoff. Swing it out left side. Caught by Dell on the numbers. Dell turns back inside, and he's wrapped up and dropped. What a tackle by Brian Branch. Dell tried to reverse course, spin back to the right, and Branch brings him down right around the line of scrimmage.
Save for one missed tackle we saw by a Texans defender, both teams have been making open field tackles pretty well.
That will, by the way, officially go as a fumble recovery. They'll say that Autry knocked the ball out of Goff's hand before it was coming forward. So a fumble recovery for To'oTo'o. And now a 2nd down and 9. They say that Dell got about a half yard on that play. Stroud in the gun, 2 receivers right, 1 left. Stroud gets the snap, back, looks, throws, right side, caught inside the numbers, and turning out to about the 25 is Xavier Hutchinson with just his 6th catch of the year. That'll be a Texans first down on a gain of 10.
Boy, CJ knew he was going there right away. Hutchinson, Brian Branch was in coverage in the slot and gave him a cushion. So just a nice little out route. Let him get a few extra yards after the catch.
First down and 10, Texans now at the Detroit 25-yard line. 2 first-half turnovers for the Lions tonight. A team that coming in had only turned the ball over 5 times in their first 8 games. Stroud now will line up in the shotgun. He's got 3 receivers right, 2 left. Mixon is in the left slot. Stroud gets the snap, back to pass, throws over the middle. Caught by Mixon at the 20-yard line, and he dives down inside the 17. Trevor Nowaski made the tackle. That'll be a gain of about 8 yards and bring up a 2nd down and short.
Again, room to roam. Mixon just sneaking out of the backfield right in front of the linebackers and has room after he catches the ball.
Here's the snap, handoff, Mixon running left, picks up a first down. He gets upended just shy of the 10-yard line. Down at the 11, Kirby Joseph with the tackle. By the way, just to clean it up, they now have changed and it will be an interception for To'oTo'o. So either way, it's Texans ball. I just want you to be up to date on Henry To'oTo'o's stats.
Appreciate that very much.
I knew you would. That's why I work so hard to be accurate.
Right.
From the 11-yard line now, first down and 10. Stroud under center, Mixon is the single back, 2 receivers right, 1 left. Stroud gets the snap, he'll toss it to Mixon, running along the right side, cuts it up outside the hash marks, and not much there. Got back to the line of scrimmage, Pascal with the tackle. And it'll be a 2nd down and 10 for the Houston Texans, who this year about middle of the pack in terms of scoring touchdowns in the red zone. Meanwhile, Lions have been one of the best in the league at keeping teams out of the end zone once they get inside the 20.
Well, we've seen them not be their normal selves in a few categories tonight.
Yeah, this is a complete flip of where these two teams have been in their last couple of games, where the Lions have been rolling and the Texans have been trying to work their way through some issues. 2nd down 10 from the 11. Stroud in the shotgun. Mixon to his left side. 2 receivers to the left, 1 right. Schultz, the tight end, in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Stroud back, looks right, looks left, pumps, hit from behind as he throws left, and it's incomplete. Behind Mixon and out of bounds. And that'll bring up a 3rd down and 10.
Field gets shorter. Detroit went man-to-man there. Great coverage down the field.
Now Quadeen Muhammad applying the pressure. Just signed off the practice squad yesterday.
Did the toe get taken back to a fumble at this point?
Still an interception.
Okay.
Keeping an eye on it for you,
Just
though.
checking.
You know, Henry To'oTo'o went to my high school.
Did he really?
He did. He's from the Bay Area.
Way after you, though. Way after
He
you.
is still a young, vibrant man.
I mean, way after you.
I am not.
Even say how much after you he went.
3rd down and 10 from the 11. 2 receivers left and right. Stroud gets the shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Stroud looking, steps up in the pocket, moving to his right. Now flips it back in the end zone. Incomplete. Through the hands of Robert Woods, the veteran. Pretty good coverage back there by the Lions. And on 4th down, Fairbairn will come out and try to make it a 9-point lead.
Boy, there was a couple of man-to-man coverages there that they were just all over the Houston receivers. And Detroit plays man coverage the highest rate in the NFL, just under 46%. And they do it extremely well.
Yeah, that's Aaron Glenn's calling card,
yep,
right?
Absolutely.
Man-to-man defense. Of course, Aaron Glenn is from this area. It's a homecoming for him tonight. Played here for the Texans. He actually signed a 1-day contract to retire as a Texan. Here's Fairbairn, chip shot from 29, and his kick is on the way. It is right down the middle, and good. 4:07 to go, 2nd quarter. The Texans' lead is now 16-7 over the Lions. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is proud to offer a 10% military discount on many items. Get details at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. Your boxes are wrapped and the gifts are in. Our employees are ready. Let the holiday ride begin. Let's start with the price. It's easy to manage when you ship with the reliable USPS Ground Advantage. In just a few days, it's sure to arrive. We're working non-stop to keep the spirit alive. USPS Ground Advantage, the affordable and reliable shipping solution for the holidays. Visit USPS.com/advantage.
Hey, football fans, with BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms, 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Can't wait for Black Friday? Same. Luckily, Kohl's savings start early. Shop Friday through Sunday and score so many deals. At the top of my list, Amazon Kids tablets for $49.99. 40% off Cozy Fleece, a shark vacuum for $149.99. And with an extra 15% off, men's flannels are under $17. Plus, you'll earn $10 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent. At Kohl's. Select styles, 15% off are valid November 8th through 10th. Coupons do not apply to Amazon and Shark. Some exclusions applied. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol, America's #1 brand of shaving cream. Barbasol's thick and rich lather gives you a close, comfortable shave for just half the price of gels.
Barbasol. Time to check the schedule of games coming up on Westwood 1, sponsored by Hulu Plus Live TV. Tomorrow night, the Dolphins in L.A. to take on the Rams. Then on Thursday, the Commanders will visit Philly to face the Eagles. Next Saturday, Tennessee and Athens to meet Georgia. And next Sunday, Mike and I will be in L.A. as the Chargers host the Bengals. Tired of paying for cable TV? Switch to Hulu Plus Live TV today to watch over 95 live channels. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Learn more at Hulu.com. 4:07 to go, second quarter. Texans 16, Lions 7. And Kaimi Fairbairn will kick it away from our right to our left. Lions have not returned to kickoff yet tonight. Fairbairn with an end-over-end kick. This one will be about 5 yards deep in the end zone, and if they didn't return it from the goal line, they're not doing it for 5 yards deep.
No.
And the Lions will start at the 30. Jared Goff, 5 incompletions tonight, more than he's had in any of his previous 3 games.
Well, again, credit this Houston defense, which, as we talked about, leads the league in completion percentage. And for Houston, up 2 scores, but knowing Detroit can score the way they do, 2 of their 3 field goals, they were in the red zone and couldn't put it in the end zone.
Goff will start under center, 1st and 10 from his own 30. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Handoff David Montgomery straight up the middle. And he gets about 2 yards out to the 32-yard line. Azeez Al-Shire plugs the hole. That'll bring up 2nd down and 8. We mentioned the Texans without Will Anderson tonight, but they do get Al-Shire back, who's missed the last 3 games. They get Jimmy Ward back, who's missed the last 4. So even though they are missing a very key player defensively, they are happy to have a couple of starters back.
And Al-Shire is just an absolute tackling machine.
2nd down 8. Receivers left and right. Montgomery remains the single back. Goff takes the snap. Back on a play fake. Rush coming. Throws knocked down incomplete. Boy, Goff turned around and he had pressure right in his face. Jalen Petrie was coming after him. Goff got rid of it, and now it'll be 3rd down and 8. And that's 6 incompletions for Goff, who now is at 50% tonight.
Well, Laporta was supposed to come over there and at least chip the rusher and then go out for a pass, but Petrie, who's been, again, playing on the line or at the linebacker position so much tonight and just having an incredible impact.
Gibbs will come in at running back now on 3rd and 8. 3 receivers right, including St. Brown, has had just 1 target tonight. Single man left. Goff back in the shotgun. Texans showing blitz. Goff gets the snap. 4-man rush. Goff looking under pressure. Throws short left, and it's incomplete at the feet of St. Brown. That ends the streak. 31 straight targets for St. Brown. 31 receptions, but that one off his feet. The Lions go 3 and out, and they'll punt it away.
And Ben Johnson said he has watched about 27 clips of Houston against 3rd and 7 to 10 and said there have only been 3 conversions and 8 sacks. So Houston has been dealing.
Here's the punt from Jack Fox. It's another kind of low liner, and this one taken by Sims at the 22, straight ahead 25 to the 30, and he gets slammed down at about the 33 or 34 by Sione Vaki again on special teams. But again, not a great punt from Jack Fox. And the Texans will have decent field position when we come back. 3:15 to go in the first half. 16-7 Texans on top. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. This holiday, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's over $1,800 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for Watch and Tab. Over $1,800 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP.
Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Houston. Give your team an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry, plus fast delivery and 24/7 support. When you call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. 3:15 to go second quarter. Texans 16, Lions 7. Just to finish the note, mention that Amon-Ra St. Brown had caught 31 straight targets from Jared Goff. The last time Goff threw to St. Brown and it was incomplete, week 3 against Arizona.
They had some incredible offensive stats coming into this game that they certainly have not lived up to, at least during this first half.
Well, this Texans defense that was not happy at all with their second half in New York against the Jets on Thursday Night Football has been much better tonight, even without Will Anderson. They'll start this drive at their own 33, 1st and 10. Texans do get the ball to start the second half. 2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. Stroud back on a play fake. Rush coming. Stroud in trouble. Wrapped up. Hit as he throws. Nearly intercepted. It hit the ground. Trevor Nowoski tried to make a diving pick at the 30-yard line, but couldn't haul it in. Pat O'Connor applied the pressure on C.J. Stroud. It'll be second down at 10.
Yeah, again, that coming in through the interior of the Houston offensive line. The interior of the O-line, the 2 guards and center have allowed 20.5 sacks. That's the most in the NFL. As a team, they've allowed 31 sacks. That's tied for second worst.
No, Mike,
Prior
replay.
to the challenge flag, replay assistance. The quarterback was down by contact at the 21-yard line. Second down.
So that's going to be a sack for Pat O'Connor. Dan Campbell had challenged it, but Bill Vinovich says before the challenge flag, replay assist chimed in, so it's a loss of 9 back to the 21.
So again, the interior of the Houston O-line has struggled, and they've just changed it around. As we mentioned, Juice Scruggs went from center to left guard. Jared Patterson went from the bench to starting center.
Pat O'Connor's first sack since the 2021 campaign. 2nd and 19, handoff Mixon straight ahead into the waiting arms of Anzalone at the 22. Gain of 1. And now it'll be 3rd down and forever coming up for Houston. 3rd down at about 21. And Mixon will jog off to the sideline. Agumbawale will come in. If you had told me that Joe Mixon was going to have 11 carries for 9 yards and the Texans would be up 9, I don't think I would have believed it.
Nope, absolutely not.
So a 3rd down and 21. Stroud in the shotgun with Agumbawale to his right. 2 receivers left, single man to the right. Schultz, the tight end, in motion from right to left. Stroud left foot in front of right. Gets the snap, back to pass. Quick throw left side. Caught by Hutchinson, nowhere to go. Oh, the Lions were all over that. They bring him down back at the 16. Davis and Anzalone together on the tackle, and the Lions will get another chance here in the first half. It'll come after the 2-minute warning.
Well, I'm sure Houston thought, hey, take the rest of the half with this drive, score, get the ball to start the second half, but Detroit had a whole lot to say about that.
We've reached the 2-minute warning in Houston with the score, the Texans 16, the Lions 7. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Can't be home for the game?
Caught for the touchdown!
NFL Plus has you covered with live, local, and primetime games on the go.
What a game he's had.
On your mobile device, you can access live, local Sunday afternoon games and all the primetime action from Thursday night football, Sunday night football, and Monday night football.
Tonight was definitely their night.
Sign up for NFL Plus today at plus.nfl.com/radio. Subscription required for NFL Plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Every Westwood One NFL broadcast this season is being streamed for free. From now until Super Bowl 59 in February, you can listen to our coverage of every primetime game via the NFL's official app on WestwoodOneSports.com or by asking your Alexa-enabled device to open Westwood One Sports. Lions will get it back. They're down 16-7, 2 minutes to go here in the first half. Tommy Townsend is on to punt for the first time, and Khalif Raymond is back to return. First time the Texans have had the ball in this half and haven't scored. They went backward on that drive.
Yeah, Detroit should get some pretty good field position here to run their 2-minute drill.
Townsend, the free agent from Kansas City, couple of Super Bowl rings with the Chiefs. Standing back just inside his 5-yard line. John Weeks will send it back to him. Townsend has it. It's a high spiraling kick. Raymond backing up inside the 25 all the way back to the 21-yard line. And he's wrapped up and dropped. Excellent coverage by the Texans. Kader Holman got down there, and the minute Raymond made a move, Holman brought him down to the ground. 61-yard punt, -2 on the return. There goes that field position.
Yeah. So, I was wrong. Okay, first time for everything.
There are so many times I wish that we could just pot your wife in for a quick second on the broadcast.
Yeah, I guarantee she's at home rolling her eyes right now.
From the 19-yard line now, first down and 10. Goff will line up in the shotgun. Lions have all 3 timeouts. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Gibbs is the running back off the Goff's right side. Handoff to Gibbs, running left to the hash marks. He's got nowhere to go. Gets a yard to the 20-yard line. Jimmy Ward makes the tackle. And that'll bring up second down and 9. Clock continues to move down to 137, 136 to go in the half.
You know, we talked about Houston not being able to run the ball. They have 4 yards rushing. Detroit only has 21. Neither team has been able to get anything on the ground.
Neither team has 100 net yards here in this first half. Second down 9 from the 20. 2 receivers right, 1 left. St. Brown stacked as one of the 2 receivers to the right on the numbers. Goff back in the shotgun. Gets the snap, handed off, Gibbs again, works his way to the right hash, another yard, and now the Texans are going to call timeout. D'Amico Ryan spends his second of the half. Jalen Petrie again to make the stop. It is third down and 8.
Boy, for as aggressive as this Detroit offense normally is, this is somewhat surprising. They're just kind of running out the clock or trying to. Houston's going to get a chance with it.
A reminder to stay with us for the Sunday Night Football halftime report with Scott Graham. Scott will check all the scores and highlights for Week 10 of the NFL season. That's coming up at the half. Yeah, I agree. We saw Houston get real conservative earlier, and now the Lions getting very conservative.
I mean, they have plenty of time. They had all their timeouts. I'm in a potent offense. I know it hasn't been potent this half, but doesn't mean you kind of give into it.
In a situation, too, where it would be big for the Lions to get some points, as Houston will have it to start the second half. So the Texans still have 1 timeout. 1:09 remaining. Third down, 8. Lions have it at their own 21. Trips right, single man left. Shotgun snap to Goff. Blitz coming up the middle. Goff hit as he throws down the middle. Incomplete, trying to find Laporta. And the Lions go 3 and out again. Tim Settle applied the pressure. And Jared Goff in the first half is 6 of 14. He has missed on each of his last 4 throws. And the Lions will punt. Goff in his last 6 games, completing nearly 83% of his passes, an NFL record over a 6-game stretch. And tonight, 6 of 14 in the first half. And now here is Jack Fox, who has not had his normal night. He's had a couple of low line drive punts. This one is better. A spiral driving Sims back inside the 20. Makes the first man miss across the 25 out to the 30-yard line. And he is brought down at about the 33. So now with 54 seconds to go and one timeout, the Texans have the ball with a 9-point lead. And they still have an opportunity to add something here going to the locker room.
Now it'll be interesting to see what they do since they start with the ball in the third quarter. Will they be happy to do that, or will they? A lot of times what happens is you base everything on the first play that you run. Is it a decent gain or you decide to keep going? But they're in decent field position right now.
You feel like they're going to try to do something because Ryan's called that timeout. So he clearly wanted to get the ball back.
Right.
They will line up empty here on 1st and 10. 3 receivers right, 2 left. Ogunbowale, who had been wide to the right side, motions into the backfield, stops on Stroud's right hip. Here's the snap. Stroud is back. He's looking, throws right side, caught inside the numbers, and that's Mechie out to about the 42-yard line. Texans hustling up. They'll give him the 43, gain of 9. 2nd down and 1. Clock moving, 37 seconds to go. Shotgun snap to Stroud. Back to pass. Fires over the middle. That's caught on the run. 35 to the 30 and down to the 32. It's Mechie again. Clock stopped at 29 seconds to go as the Texans use the final timeout. Terrion Arnold made the tackle, but back-to-back catches for Mechie. This one goes for 25. Mike, he had 4 catches for 36 yards on the season coming in.
Well, we talked about how good Detroit is at man coverage. They went zone here. Mechie just went right behind the linebackers, right in front of the safeties. A huge hole in there for Stroud to just drop it in. That was about as easy a pitch and catch as you're going to see.
Mechie, 4 catches, 36 yards in the first 9 games. In the first half tonight, he's got 3 catches for 50 yards. And the Texans are in field goal range.
Well, somebody else, obviously it can't all be on Tank Dell with Diggs out for the year and Nico Collins getting ready to come back but not ready tonight. And you had to wonder who else would step up, and Mechie's going to be that guy right now.
So the Texans out of timeouts, 29 seconds remain. They've got the ball at the Lions' 32. Stroud lines up in the shotgun with Ogunbowale to his right. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Here's the snap. Stroud is back, looks, throws right for the sideline. Caught out of bounds at the 15. Dalton Schultz, the tight end, makes the catch. Clock stops with 25 seconds to go. Perfect throw from Stroud to Schultz for 17.
Yeah, that time they went back to man coverage, and Jack Campbell was on Schultz, and he had pretty good coverage, but Stroud just threw an absolute dime right on the money.
Well, C.J. Stroud looking like the guy that he was in those first 6 games of the year. And now the Texans, they aren't just thinking 3, they're thinking 6. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Mixon motions into the right slot. Stroud all by himself in the shotgun, takes the snap. He's back to pass. Stroud looking, throws deep back right corner of the end zone, incomplete. Airmailed that one over the head of Mixon. And that'll bring up 2nd down. Trevor Nowaski applied a little bit of pressure. 20 seconds remain on the game clock.
That time Detroit did a nice job of fooling CJ. Thought that Anzalone was in man coverage, but Carlton Davis dropped off into the corner of the end zone and took that pass away.
Mixon will jog off. Ogunbowale comes in. 2nd down and 10 Texans at the Lions' 15-yard line. Fairbairn with a couple of field goals in the first half from 34 and 29. Texans, though, would like to have him just kick an extra point. Shotgun snap, Stroud back to pass, looks right, throws right, and it's dropped. Tank Dell was wide open at the 6-yard line. The pass again was perfect, but Dell could not hang on, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 10, 16 seconds to go first half.
So now you have to be careful of you're going to throw the ball in play, because if you don't get the 1st down, it's then 4th down, and you can't get up and kill it because you lose possession. If you're not at the 1st down and you have to kill. So it's got to be a sideline play.
Yeah, sideline or end zone, one of the 2.
Or end zone. And you have time, if you get the 1st down, to get up and kill the clock.
Stroud will line up in the shotgun. 3 receivers left, including Schultz. Dell single man right. Here's the snap. Stroud is back to pass. Looking, throws deep down the middle for the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown, John Mechie. Touchdown, Texans. Another a strike fired in by Stroud, and Mechie hauls it in traffic. A 15-yard touchdown, and the Texans' lead is now 22-7.
Boy, Stroud is absolutely on fire with his accuracy, and I don't just mean completions. I mean putting the ball right where it needs to be. Not low, not high, not behind, but right in stride. And right before the other safety came over to lay a hit on Mechie.
So John Mechie has his first touchdown. And now Kaimi Fairbairn on for the extra point. His kick is on the way. It is good. A break in the action with 12 seconds to go in the first half. The Texans lead 23-7. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Well, the Texans don't have Will Anderson. They don't have Stephon Diggs. They don't have Nico Collins. They were embarrassed in their last game on national TV in prime time. Guess what? 23-7 lead over the Lions with 12 seconds to go in the first half.
And they get the ball to start the third quarter. You absolutely take advantage of their opportunities, and Stroud is so on the money tonight.
Fairbairn with the kickoff. Another one going into the end zone. Khalif Raymond has it. Will drop to his right knee, and you would think the Lions are just going to go to the locker room and try to regroup.
Yeah, they're going to lick their wounds. I mean, they got a lot to talk about at halftime.
Yeah, this is an unfamiliar spot for a Lions team that has not just been winning, Mike. They have been pummeling people. Plus 110 point differential, best in the league coming into tonight.
Team averaging over 32 points a game. They have 7.
Well, Goff will line up in the shotgun here. Two receivers left and right. Now Gibbs, who had been wide left, will motion into the backfield. See if he gets the handoff. Goff takes the shotgun snap. He's going to throw it. Back to pass, looking, fires deep down the middle. A sliding catch made at the 45-yard line by St. Brown. And the Lions will take timeout with 4 seconds left. Each week on NFL Sunday, Scott Graham gets you up to speed on everything that happened around the league. Hear all the scores and all the key highlights. That's NFL Sunday, every Sunday night at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Find an affiliate near you or listen live at westwood1sports.com.
Are you as confused as I am where that was last drive?
Yeah.
They just ran the ball twice and then threw it? I mean,
it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. I'm glad you're also confused, because I can always say, well, you know, there's a reason I'm up here. I didn't play, but
I mean,
I'm glad you're also confused.
The shame of it is, for me, a smart person like me, is that you agree with me. That's the shame of it.
I walked right into that one.
Yeah, you did.
They put 2 seconds back on the clock, so 6 seconds to go. The Lions do have 2 timeouts. Goff will line up in the shotgun. 3 receivers right, 2 left. Here's the snap. Goff back to pass. Looking, and he throws it into the ground, incomplete, in the direction of St. Brown. And now with 2 seconds left, Goff will just have to unload one toward the end zone.
A little bit of pushing and shoving going on.
You have to imagine there is some frustration for this Lions team. They're not used to being on this side of it.
No, they are not. Not used to being in catch-up mode.
Lions are confused out of the huddle here. They're going to put 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Goff in the shotgun, Gibbs to his right side. Play clock is down to 5. Goff takes the snap, back to pass against the 3-man rush, steps up in the pocket, moving left, flips his hips, unloads one down toward the end zone, and that one is intercepted. The second interception thrown to the half by Jared Goff. Jimmy Ward got the first one. Trying to see who it was that came down with that one.
That could have been one of 4 defenders that were there.
Yeah, there was a lot of guys out there. It's Kamari Lassiter, the second rounder out of Georgia. who picks up his second interception of the year. They both come on Sunday Night Football. The other was in Week 2 against Chicago, and that will send us to the locker room with the Texans leading 23-7.
Yeah, they have both sides of the ball going right now. I mean, defensively, they're shutting down one of the hottest offenses in the NFL, and offensively, C.J. Stroud is looking like his old self.
End of the first half in Houston with the score, the Texans 23 and the Lions 7. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our studios with the halftime report. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
College basketball is back, and the road to the championship starts now on Sirius XM.
Knock it down!
Catch all the top games, the buzzer beaters, and the rivalries you live for in both men's and women's college basketball.
RJ Davis!
Whether you're driving, at home, or on the go, follow your favorite teams in every unforgettable moment. College basketball lives on Sirius XM. Anywhere you are, go to SiriusXM.com/sports to find out where to hear your favorite team.
'Tis almost the season, and you've got a sleigh load of holiday channels to unwrap in the SiriusXM app. Shake the tinsel right off the tree with Rockin' Christmas. Set the mood for a silent night with Holiday Chill Out. Or add a touch of Christmas class with Real Jazz Holiday. There are dozens of channels to choose from. Just open the SiriusXM app and search Holiday.
Hold up! It's Jimmy Fallon, and you're invited to my place for Christmas. Get ready for a new channel of classic holiday songs handpicked by me.
Simply having a wonderful Christmas.
Plus music from my new Christmas album, Holiday Season. Jimmy Fallon's Holiday Seasoning Radio. On now, channel 17, or listen at home with the SiriusXM app. Just search Jimmy Fallon.
Feel the fury and rage of Liquid Metal, a channel that delivers a relentless barrage of bone-crushing sound. From Metallica, Pantera, and Slipknot to the hardest and heaviest rock of this moment. Jump into the pit on Liquid Metal, Channel 40. And at home on Alexa, Google Home, smart TVs, and everywhere on the SiriusXM app.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. We have reached halftime in Houston with the Texans on top of Detroit by a score of 23-7. Let's get a look at what's happened around the National Football League today, and we begin at Arrowhead Stadium. The Kansas City Chiefs and the Denver Broncos getting together. Now, Kansas City coming in with a 14-game win streak and a Kansas City team that was 8-0 to start the year. They've been pulling it out, however, of the Giants' mouth all year long. They did it on Monday night in overtime. Today, they were trailing by a 14-3 score in the first half. They took the lead, though, and were up by 2 in that second half when Denver drove down the field. Kansas City was out of timeouts. Broncos ran the clock all the way down, and Will Lutz was lined up for the equivalent of an extra point, a 35-yard field goal as time was expiring.
Lutz waiting for the snap. Placement is down. Lutz's kick is blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! The Chiefs blocked the kick! They're going to stay undefeated! The Kansas City Chiefs blocked a 35-yard field goal attempt! Kansas City wins this game on a blocked field goal!
When it is right, it's right. Mitch Altis, 106.5 The Wolf and the Chiefs Radio Network. 16-14 the final score. Patrick Mahomes threw a touchdown pass to Travis Kelce in this game. Not a whole lot else for Kansas City offensively, but they are now 9-0. Bo Nix, couple of touchdown passes, and Denver falls to 5-5 on the season. For the Buffalo Bills, things have been good, except in the past when they've gone to Indianapolis. Well, they took care of that today. Broke a 6-game losing streak in Indy, knocking off the Colts 30-20 the final. Josh Allen does not throw a touchdown pass in this game. He did run for 1, and Buffalo improves to 8-2. That's their best record since 1993. The last year they went to the Super Bowl. Joe Flacco has been marvelous through 3 interceptions in this game, including one that got brought back for a score. Indy falls to 4-6. Chargers continue to be a strong defensive team. They did give up a couple of touchdowns to the Titans today at SoFi Stadium, but Justin Herbert threw for 1 and ran for 1. Chargers improved to 6-3 on the year as they beat the Titans 27-17. Will Levis came back from injury, threw a couple of touchdowns, didn't turn the ball over, but Tennessee is now 2-7 on the year. New England broke their long road losing streak in Chicago today. They beat the Bears by a score of 19-3. Drake May throwing for a touchdown in this game. 74 yards on the ground for Ramondre Stevenson as the Patriots improved to 3-7. Caleb Williams has now gone 3 straight games without throwing a touchdown. Didn't throw an interception today, but only 120 yards through the air. Chicago is 4-5. And Pittsburgh and Washington today came down to the fourth quarter. Russell Wilson with his team down, trying to go up top and picking the newest member of the squad to throw it to.
Wilson settles back, raises the foot, gets the snap, back to pass, looking, going to float it up left for Williams, and Williams makes the grab in the end zone. What a throw! What a catch! Mike Williams in his first game in a Steelers uniform has hauled in a 32-yard touchdown strike from Russell Wilson.
That's Rob King on 102.5 WDVE and the Steelers Audio Network. Pittsburgh wins this one 28-27, the final. 3 touchdown passes on the day for Russell Wilson. Najee Harris didn't get his 100 yards, but he did have a rushing touchdown. Steelers are now 7-2. Jaden Daniels threw for 202 yards on the day, no touchdowns. A couple of scores for Austin Eckler. Washington falls to 7-3. Our halftime score, Houston 23, Detroit 7. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Out front tonight, the breaking news.
Get closer to what's happening right now with the Sirius XM news channels.
The images coming in of a large wildfire burning, evacuations underway.
From cable news to business.
And so the markets need to be prepared for that and the volatility.
And international.
Very large stockpiles of ammunition and advanced weapons because of its own preparations for
the Sirius XM news channels, starting at channel 112 and on the Sirius XM app.
Your home for the Emirates NBA Cup is Sirius XM NBA Radio Channel 86.
Yep, that's a three-point play opportunity for Jalen Brunson.
Starting at 7:30, here the New York Knicks take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Then at 10 Eastern, catch Captain Klay Thompson in his return to the Bay when the Dallas Mavericks face the Golden State Warriors.
Left to Thompson, teed up again, down it goes again.
Don't miss an NBA Cup doubleheader Tuesday night on NBA Radio Channel 86 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
What a play!
From start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice to injury updates, Sirius XM Channel 87 helps you win your fantasy football league. With expert advice from Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
Don't overvalue wide receiver, cornerback.
Bob Harris.
If you're in a league that doesn't have IR, go out and start looking to waiver wires for players who are about to be activated.
Adam Ronis.
Personally, I don't like trading for injured players because there's a risk of a setback.
It's so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the year.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, Sirius XM 87, and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
Get daily football news on the players and teams that matter to you on Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the Sirius XM app.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. 16-point lead for the Texans over the Detroit Lions at the break. Philly went to Dallas today, and Dallas Cowboys are in disarray. Cowboys are playing without Dak Prescott. Eagles did have Jalen Hurts, and he was big in this one. 2 passing touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns. Philly blows away the Cowboys 34-6 the final. They improved to 7-2 on the year and take over first place in the NFC East. Cooper Rush held to 45 yards throwing the ball today. Dallas is 3-6. San Francisco and Tampa Bay came down to a field goal try today at Raymond James Stadium, and had people a little uneasy, I'm sure, on the Niners bench and sidelines because Jake Moody, in his return from injury, had already missed 3 times on the day today. However, his 44-yard attempt as time expired was true.
Good snap. Jake has it away. Jake has the distance, and Jake Moody is good! Money! Moody!
Wow.
Somehow, some way, the Niners win in Tampa Bay.
It's Greg Pop and Tim Ryan, 49ers radio flagship, KNBR 680 in San Francisco. 23-20 the final. Brock Purdy throws for 353 and a couple of scores. Christian McCaffrey, 107 total yards in his return. San Francisco now 5-4. Baker Mayfield, he fought, came up short, 116 yards passing. Tampa Bay is now 4-6 on the year. Hey, if you're looking at a hot team, look out west into the desert for the Arizona Cardinals and one Kyler Murray.
Snap to Murray, drop straight back, a fade, right corner of the end zone, Harrison. Oh, what a catch with one hand for a touchdown! Marvin Harrison Jr. hauls it in with his right arm. Just a gorgeous drop in the bucket by Murray.
Spin the pig, Kyler! Spin it!
Dave Pasch, Ron Wolfley, Arizona Cardinals Radio Network. Arizona all over the Jets today. 31-6 the final. Cardinals have now won 4 in a row. They're 6-4. Jets fall to 3-7. Saints broke their 7-game losing streak. They beat Atlanta at home today, 20-17. Their first game under interim head coach Darren Rizzi. Derek Carr throws for a couple of touchdowns in the victory for the 3-7 Saints. Atlanta falls to 6-4. Also today, Minnesota scores without benefit of a touchdown at Jacksonville, or wins, I should say, without benefit of a touchdown. 12-7 the final score, despite 3 Sam Darnold interceptions. Vikings are now 7-2, Jacksonville 2-8. And Carolina got an Eddie Pinheiro 36-yard field goal in Germany in overtime. They beat the New York Giants today in the final international series game, 20-17. Our halftime score, Houston 23, Detroit 7. When we return, Ryan Radke and Mike Golick have the second half kickoff. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws a block, and his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Back in Houston, where the Texans lead the Lions 23-7. Let's check the halftime stats, sponsored by Indeed. Looking for quality candidates this year? Look no further than Indeed. Indeed's video interview tool takes the hassle out of virtual hiring. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Texans outgained the Lions 151-114 in that first half. C.J. Stroud was 14-20 for 164 yards and a touchdown. John Mechie, 4 catches, 65 yards in his first career TD. Joe Mixon had 12 carries for 10 yards and a touchdown. Meanwhile, for the Lions, Jared Goff, 7-17, 91 yards, a touchdown, and 3 picks. I said 2 before the half, but of course that one was changed. So 3 first-half interceptions for Jared Goff. He had thrown 4 all year coming into the game.
Boy, this Detroit offense, you know what? Give credit to the Houston defense. Again, we've talked about them being in the top of the league as far as pass defense, pressures, rushing, sacks. And they're right now, they're getting the job done on Jared Goff, who was by far one of the hottest quarterbacks in the league up to this point.
Now the Texans will get the ball to start the second half now, as Jake Bates will kick it away from left to right. 2 Texans back deep in those battle red uniforms, making their debut here tonight. Bates on the approach, and an end-over-end kick headed towards the back of the end zone. That one will bounce, kick through the end zone, and the Texans will start 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line. Well, C.J. Stroud, Mike, he wasn't under a lot of pressure in the first half, and he was absolutely throwing dimes, much like we saw in the first 6 weeks of the season. Very different than what we had seen from the last 3 when he had been under constant pressure.
And it's interesting, with Aiden Hutchinson out, Detroit defense has actually gotten more
higher pressure rate than he was in. It's because they've been blitzing more, but they haven't been blitzing much tonight.
Two receivers stack right, single man left. 1st and 10, Texans at their own 30. Ball on the near side left hash. Stroud lines up in the gun, gets the snap, back to pass, quick throw left side, intercepted! And that is the big play the Lions needed right off the bat. Carlton Davis jumped the out and picks up his first interception of the year. So just as we're singing the praises of Stroud, he throws one right to the veteran Davis, and the Lions get a takeaway, and they will start in Texans territory with great field position at the 30.
Oh, Davis baited him, played off perfectly. C.J. Stroud was looking that way. Davis just kind of backed up, but Stroud had his eyes there the entire time. And Davis just broke perfectly on the ball, and how quickly it possibly could change.
I think they're taking a look at this to make sure he secured the ball going to the ground.
I think he had his left hand under the ball. Again, part of the ball can touch the ground, but as long as you have a hand under it in control, the reception, or in this case, the interception would count. I think his left hand controls it.
And it looks like replay has now confirmed that it will be an interception for Carlton Davis. They do back the ball up 1 yard. The Lions will start at the Texans 31. Goff lines up under center. Montgomery is the single back. Receivers left and right. Right to tight end motions from left to right. Here's the snap. Toss play. Montgomery running right. Has a seam down to the 25. And Montgomery with a first down inside the 20-yard line. Eric Murray with the tackle, but that hole opened up, and David Montgomery takes it inside the 20. He's down to the 19. It's a gain of 12 on the first play of the half for Detroit.
Yeah, like I said, neither team had been rushing well, and that was the longest run of the night for either team.
First run of more than 6 yards. First down and 10, Lions in the red zone. They're at the 19-yard line. Goff waits in the shotgun. He's got the snap. He's going to hand it off. Montgomery again, this time smacked at the line of scrimmage and driven backwards. It'll be a loss of a yard to the 20. Al Shire came up to make the hit. Second down 11 for Detroit.
Boy, they've got to be happy to have Al Shire back after missing the last few games. Again, he is such a great downhill, a great overall linebacker, but really goes downhill on those runs.
Spent last year with Tennessee. Prior to that, had been with the 49ers. D'Amico Ryans knows him from his time there in San Francisco. Second down 11 from the 20. Slot left, single man right. Goff back in the shotgun. Jahmyr Gibbs checks in now. He lines up to the right of Jared Goff. Play clock at 6. Here's the snap. Goff back to pass. Looking left, looking right. Fires to the end zone. Intercepted! It's picked off for the 4th time tonight. Lassiter has his second. Jared Goff fired a fastball, and Lassiter picks it off in the end zone. And the Texans will take over. Trying to find Sam Laporta, and instead found Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, he was hung up with Lassiter, and he turned his head after the ball had already gone over his head. Lassiter with a great pick.
13:38 to go third quarter. Texans 23, Lions 7. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Up front tonight, the breaking news.
Get closer to what's happening right now with the Sirius XM news channels.
The images coming in of a large wildfire burning, evacuations underway.
From cable news to business.
And so the markets need to be prepared for that and the volatility.
And international.
Very large stockpiles of ammunition and advanced weapons because of its own preparations for
the Sirius XM news channels, starting at channel 112 and on the Sirius XM app.
What's up, college football fans? It's Eric McLean and Kelly Gramlich here from Gramlich and McLean. Wake up with us every single morning on Sirius XM Channel 371.
Join us each day at 7 a.m. to get the most in-depth ACC football coverage. We're giving you post-game recaps, player and coach interviews, as well as picks for your favorite team each and every week.
Coast-to-coast coverage every single day. It's football season, baby. Let's go.
Gramlich and McLean, weekday mornings beginning at 7 a.m. Eastern on ACC Radio, Sirius XM Channel 371.
Your home for the Emirates NBA Cup is Sirius XM NBA Radio Channel 86.
Yep, that's a three-point play opportunity for Jalen Brunson.
Starting at 7:30, here the New York Knicks take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Then at 10 Eastern, catch Captain Klay Thompson in his return to the Bay when the Dallas Mavericks face the Golden State Warriors.
Left to Thompson, teed up again, down it goes again.
Don't miss an NBA Cup doubleheader Tuesday night on NBA Radio Channel 86 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
College basketball is back, and the road to the championship starts now on Sirius XM.
Knock it down!
Catch all the top games, the buzzer beaters, and the rivalries you live for in both men's and women's college basketball.
RJ Davis!
Whether you're driving, at home, or on the go, follow your favorite teams in every unforgettable moment. College basketball lives on Sirius XM. Anywhere you are, go to SiriusXM.com/sports to find out where to hear your favorite team.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth at NRG Stadium in Houston. Huddle up with Grainger to get more done. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by one of over 250 branch locations. Second 4-interception game of Jared Goff's career. The other came back in December of 2018. Kamari Lassiter with his second. Now replay got involved. The Texans are going to start this drive at their own 1. Lassiter's forearm hit there.
Joe Mixon is averaging 0.8 yards a carry. That doesn't bode well for going straight up the gut.
He's 7 yards deep in the end zone here. Stroud under center will hand it off to Mixon, who dives over the top of the pile and gets out to the 2. Normally you see running backs do that to try to get in the end zone. Mixon did it to get out. Gain of a yard. It'll bring up second down and 9. Jared Goff, 4 interceptions all year. 4 already here tonight.
Hey, no matter how great you're playing during the year, you have a game with this many turnovers. It's tough to overcome.
Jared Goff had more incompletions in the first half tonight than he had in the first half of the previous 6 games combined. Second down 9. Stroud back on a play fake. Double clutches, throws over the middle, and it's incomplete. Trying to get it to Robert Woods at the 10-yard line, but the throw was low. And now that'll bring up a 3rd and 9 for Houston. Well, now for the Lions, Mike, right? I mean, just get off the field here and try to get some good field position.
You have to look for little victories. That's exactly right. Get off the field, make the punter not be able to go all the way back in his normal stance, have to get rid of the punt quick. That's the game plan right now. Just keep giving yourself a chance.
Texans have been good on 3rd and long tonight. Overall, they're 3 of 7 on 3rd down. But we saw them pick up a 3rd and 10, a 3rd and 16. This is 3rd and 9 from their own 2. Stroud in the gun, takes the snap. Back to pass, steps up in the pocket, throws over the middle, and it's batted away, incomplete. Dalton Schultz was the intended receiver. I think it was Branch that got a hand on it. Knocked it down. The Texans go 3 and out. And the Lions will get the ball back.
Interception, punt.
If you love defensive football.
Which I do, by the way.
I know you do. Tommy Townsend on to punt. Townsend just trying to make sure there's space between his heel and that white line. There's not much.
This is where you need a good snap.
John Weeks is responsible for that. Play clock running down. Snap back. And the kick is away. It's a high spiral. Raymond backs up. He's got it at his own 43-yard line. Starts left across the 45. Now to the 50, and he dives inside the Houston 45. And down to the 44, and the Lions will start a second consecutive drive in Texans territory. Take your game day style to the next level with the best selection of NFL styles. Shop the newest collections, including Salute to Service gear being worn on field this month. NFL Shop is your ultimate destination for holiday gifts. To shop now, go to NFLShop.com. 56-yard punt, 14-yard return, and now the Lions offense has got to get going.
See what Ben Johnson can come up with an array of different play calls here.
Goff will start under center. Montgomery is the back. Doesn't feel like the Lions have really just had any rhythm offensively tonight. Goff points with his left hand, puts his hands under center, brings a receiver in motion from the left, takes the snap, hands off Montgomery, running left side, contact in the backfield, spins out of the first tackle, and is able to dive forward down to the 40. That's a heck of a 4-yard run by Montgomery. Easily could have been a loss on the play. Daniil Hunter with the tackle, and there is an injured Texan that is down on the play. Might be Fadakasi, and it is. So the training staff is going to come out and have a look at him before a 2nd down and 6 play. Clock stopped with 12:28 to go here in this third quarter.
And Devin White made the initial play. Again, neither team running the ball all that well.
Fadakazi down on a knee, and we are going to step aside. 12:28 to go third quarter. Texans lead 23-7. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Can't wait for Black Friday? Same. Luckily, Kohl's savings start early. Shop Friday through Sunday and score so many deals. At the top of my list, Amazon Kids tablets for $49.99. 40% off Cozy Fleece, a shark backing for $149.99. And with an extra 15% off, men's flannels are under $17. Plus, you'll earn $10 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent at Kohl's. Select styles, 15% offer valid November 8th through 10th. Coupons do not apply to Amazon and Shark. Some exclusions applied. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Stand Up to Cancer asked leading cancer researchers to speak about why they do their work.
Two words come to mind for me. One is responsibility, the other is purpose.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please, help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
Furnished by Stand Up to Cancer.
Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. Its thick and rich moisturizing lather delivers a close, comfortable shave for just half the price of gels. A quality shave at an honest value. That's Barbasol.
Barbasol. When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Stay up to date with Westwood One Sports by following us on X and Instagram. In-game highlights, direct links to listen to live games, behind-the-scenes photos, and more. Follow Westwood One Sports on X and Instagram. Fadakazi was able to get up and walk off under his own power. He is in the blue tent. He was questionable coming into tonight with a groin injury, and I don't know if that's what was bothering him, but he definitely had a limp as he went off the field. 23-7 Texans, 12:28 to go third quarter. Lions have a 2nd down and 6 at the Houston 40. Goff lines up under center, receivers left and right with an offset eye behind him. Here's the snap. Goff back, fakes the handoff to Montgomery, rolls to his right, sets his feet, looks, throws deep on the left side. Laporte is there. He's got it inside the 5 and down to the 3. Sam Laporta beat Eric Murray, and the Lions will have a 1st and goal after a 37-yard completion.
They brought in Brock Wright to make sure that Goff had time. It was a roll right. And Laporta started on the right side, started to run like an out route, and then took off to the opposite side of the field. Goff just let him inside.
First completion of the half for either team. 1st and goal from the 3. Trips right, Laporta in motion for that side. Shotgun snap, handoff Montgomery, straight ahead outside the left hash, into the end zone for a touchdown. David Montgomery with a 3-yard touchdown run, his 8th touchdown run of the year, and the Lions are going to go for 2, down 23-13 with 11:34 to go in the third.
Well, all set up by that excellent play action, half roll right throw back to Laporta, and that always needs to be a good throw because he had to step on the defender, but when you're throwing back across your body a bit, sometimes you can throw behind. He put that right on the money.
Lions have been excellent on 2-point conversions over the last couple of years, 12 of 17. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Here's a handoff. Montgomery didn't get there. Upended at the 1. He started right, cut back left, and Jalen Petrie was able to take him down at the 1. The 2-point conversion is no good, and the Texans maintain a 10-point lead. 23-13 Houston with 11:34 to go in the third quarter. Don't miss all the NFL action Thursday night on Amazon Prime Video when the Washington Commanders take on the Philadelphia Eagles. Of course, you can also hear Thursday Night Football each week right here beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app or online at westwood1sports.com.
Well, Detroit has to feel good getting the ball in the end zone. They got it in the end zone one time in the second quarter on a big play to Laporta. This big play to Laporta set up the short touchdown run. We'll see if the defense can follow suit.
Montgomery gets the touchdown run, does not get the 2-point conversion. So still a 10-point Texans lead. And Bates now will kick it away.
Let's see how this Houston offense responds. Again, C.J. Stroud has shown great accuracy tonight. They've attempted to run the ball. They have 14 runs, but they're just not gaining any yards. Again, I think they should continue to do it, but they're relying on the arm of Stroud.
Jake Bates with an end-over-end kickoff into the end zone. Sims will back up. He's got it 8 yards deep and immediately drops to his right knee. So the Texans will start at the 30, first down and 10. Now Stroud intercepted on his first throw of this half, and then the Texans a little bit of bad luck on the pick by Lassiter. His forearm hit at the 1 instead of on the goal line, so they had to start at the 1-yard line, went 3 and out. Gave the Lions great field position that they capitalized on. Stroud in the ball game, 14-23, 164 yards with the touchdown and the pick. They'll go under center here with receivers left and right, tight ends to either side. Stover in motion from left to right. Here's a handoff to Mixon, running between the hash marks. Got back to the line of scrimmage, maybe about a half yard. Second down and long. Josh Paschal with the tackle for the Lions.
Boy, the running plays, I mean, they're not even getting to the second level. The D-line for Detroit is just eating up the O-line on the running plays.
And again, as we talked about all night, without Collins, without Diggs, you figure, hey, Mixon's the one guy that's been doing something. They really need a big night out of him. 14 carries, 12 yards, and they have a 10-point lead. Stroud in the gun here on second down and 9. He's got Tank Dell to his right, Mixon to his left. Dell sprints in motion to the left. Here's the snap. Handoff. Mixon running right outside the numbers. Try to turn the corner, and he gets taken down after a short gain. Ben Neiman, 7th-year linebacker out of Iowa, jumped on his back and rode him down to the ground. Gain of a yard. It'll be third down and 8.
Yeah, when the D-line isn't making tackles, it's eating up the blocks of the O-line so they can't get to the second level to let Neiman run free.
Well, we'll see what the Texans can do on this third down now. Third down and 8. Clock moving, 10:25 to go, third quarter, 23-13 Houston. Texans trying to get their 7th win of the year. Lions looking for a 7th straight victory, trying to get to 8-1. Trips left, single man right. Stroud gets the shotgun snap, back to pass. Stroud looking, fires over the middle, man wide open at the 45, to the 50, 45 to the 40, spinning back inside, down to the 36 is Dalton Schultz. A gain of 32, and the Texans are in business.
So I mentioned Detroit getting more pressure without Aiden Hutchinson, but normally it's aided by the blitz. They blitzed this time, and Mixon just absolutely stuck his face mask right into the chest of the blitzer, and man coverage behind.
Handoff on first down, Mixon off the left side along the numbers, and he powers down to the 30-yard line. Gain of 6, Terry and Arnold with the tackle. There was some confusion there. The Lions were running on a defender late. Texans got it snapped, and Mixon picks up 6.
Well, this is answering the bell by the Texans right now. They're already in field goal range on a nice drive.
Well, on that throw to Schultz, Mike, just looking at the replay, he ran right by Alex Anzalone off the line of scrimmage. Anzalone tried to get hands on him, didn't do it, and Schultz was wide open. High formation now, Stover the fullback. Receivers left and right on 2nd and 4 from the Lions 30. Stroud takes the snap. He'll fake the handoff to Mixon, rolling to his right. Stroud looking, directing traffic, throws to the end zone. Dell is wide open. It's intercepted. Davis has another one. Dell was all by himself, and Stroud just kind of flipped it up there, and Davis recovers. He intercepts it in the end zone, and the Lions will take over.
Great play by Davis, but that was on C.J. Stroud. He took way too long to throw that ball, and that let Davis catch up.
That ball needed to be out at least a second earlier. Dell was wide open.
8:55 to go third quarter. 23-13 Houston. Lions will have it when we come back. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking at the breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here, so drop that jingle.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus 4 lines for $25.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well-qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99. Credits end to be pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence available now.
Running your own business can feel a lot like running a one-person relay race. When you've got to expand your team, share the baton with Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform has smart tools to help you attract, screen, and hire quality candidates to your roster. And they don't just help you hire faster. 93% of employers agree Indeed delivers the highest quality matches compared to other job sites, according to a recent Indeed survey. Nix the hassle. Start hiring. Learn more at Indeed.com/credit to expand your team today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is celebrating the 25th anniversary of their famous jingle, and O'Reilly wants you to be part of the celebration. We all know how it goes.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ow!
O'Reilly wants you to submit a cover of the jingle, a remix, or your own choreographed dance. Now that I'd like to see from you. You can win exclusive merch and prizes, including 3 $5,000 grand prize winners from O'Reilly Auto Parts. Submit your video to O'ReillyJingleContest.com now through November 15th. Terms and conditions apply. No purchase necessary.
Oh, I'll put a move to that. Put it on my TikTok.
No one wants to see your moves, number 1.
Yeah.
Number 2, you don't have a TikTok.
Nope, I don't.
Thank God.
Nope.
And number 3, we've seen 6 interceptions thrown tonight. And Mike, when C.J. Stroud let that ball go, Tank Dell was in his own area code, but the ball just hung, and Carlton Davis able to recover and picked it off.
He needed to throw that ball so much sooner, and then when he did throw it, he underthrew it. I mean, that was just 2 mistakes by Stroud there.
So the Lions will start at their own 21st and 10. Fadukazi questionable to return. He has a foot injury. Goff waits in the shotgun. Has the snap. He'll toss it to Gibbs. Running right side. Outside the numbers. Cuts it up to the 25. Out to the 30. Tight ropes the sideline. And he stepped out of bounds. Ooh, man. If he could have just stayed in bounds for one more step, he might be going all the way. But he did step out of bounds. Penei Sewell led the way on the outside. They'll call it a gain of 12 to the 32.
Well, Amon-Ra St. Brown was actually the one who sprung that. He actually blocked down on Dylan Horton, the D end, and gave the corner to the offense. And then Penei Sewell, that's got to be frightening for a DB, just seeing Penei Sewell running at you.
Well, and Sewell hit Lassiter, who then got spun into his own man. He took a real shot, and he is being helped off the field right now. He's got his hands on his head. Yeah. They're taking him into the 10. Mike, we're getting a look at the replay. Watch, Sewell hits Lassiter, and as he spins, his own teammate, Jimmy Ward, just crushed him.
Got him right in the head, too.
So Lassiter, who's got 2 of the 4 Texans picks tonight, is off the field. And the Lions have a 1st and 10 at their own 32. 2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. Goff under center. Gibbs is the single back. Goff back on a play fake. Sets his feet. Has time. Loads up. Going deep. Looking for Jamison Williams. Intercepted again! It's the 5th thrown by Goff tonight. This one picked off by Kalen Bullock, the rookie out of USC. It's his 4th of the year. And Jared Goff has thrown a career-high 5 interceptions. A guy that couldn't throw an incompletion the last 6 weeks has been picked off 5 times tonight.
I mean, he just threw that one up for grabs. Again, we talk about deep balls being thrown. You're throwing it for a jump ball. You're throwing it for interference.
How many have we seen deep balls in thrown for interceptions? The Texans came into the game with 8 interceptions. And you mentioned they have 5 tonight.
3 interceptions in his last 4 attempts for Jared Goff. And now the Texans take over at their own 22. This might be the weirdest Sunday night game we've had this year.
For two teams that, Houston, again, has lost 2 out of 3, but overall, they're a very good team, and Detroit is a great team coming into tonight.
Receivers left and right, first down and 10. Stroud lines up under center, brings Dell in motion, now sprints back to the left. Here's a toss play. Mixon running off the left side, lowers his shoulder, powers across the 25, and he's out to the 27-yard line. That'll be a gain of 5. Nowoski with the tackle. Second down and 5. Look, give credit to the defenses and the way they played tonight, but some really uncharacteristic mistakes made by these quarterbacks especially.
Some of these interceptions, again, a late throw, a ball batted around, 2 deep throws, a Hail Mary at the end of the half, and another long pass. Both these guys have had weird interceptions.
Second down 5. Stroud under center, receivers left and right, tight ends to either side. Here's the snap, handoff. Joe Mixon outside the left hash, finds a hole across the 30, out to the 31. He's going to be just shy of the first down. He needed 5, he got about 4.5, so it'll be 3rd and short. Jack Campbell, the Lions' leading tackler, made the stop.
Those are the 2 best back-to-back runs Houston's had all night.
It really is.
Now, will they run it on 3rd and short?
Boy, I would, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
Mixon is staying in there. The ball is in between the 31 and 32. They just need to get it to the 32. Stroud under center, takes the snap, hands it off to Mixon, and I think he's going to have the first down. He does. Boy, Stroud turned, and it's like he thought Mixon was going to be closer to him. He almost didn't get the handoff.
He basically pitched it to him. He didn't even hand it off to him. You're right. He misjudged where Mixon was going to be, and he ended up kind of pitching the ball to him.
My goodness.
That could have been awful for Houston.
Officially a gain of 2, and it is a first down. Boy, DeMeco Ryan said to be holding his breath looking at that on the sideline. Slot right, single man left. Schultz, the tight end, in motion from left to right. Stroud under center, play clock down to 1. Here's the snap, handed off, Mixon again, running left outside the numbers, and he gets upended across the 35. There's a flag down. Carlton Davis made the stop. He's still down on his stomach and very slow to get up.
Holding, offense number 70. 10-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
That'll go against Juice Scruggs, who's starting at guard tonight. Meanwhile, Davis is still down on a knee. I wonder if he might have gotten a knee to the head as he went low to make that tackle on Mixon. He is very slowly just now getting to his feet.
Looks like he's limping a little bit.
Yep.
Walking off under his own power, but definitely has a limp. Scruggs, that was his second holding penalty. Yeah, Davis went down low. You're right. It looked like he got kneed in the helmet, but obviously he's limping, so something happened in the lower body.
Maybe just banged his knee on the turf. I'm not sure. So he will limp off. He's got 2 interceptions tonight. And Amik Robertson will come on to take his spot. Meanwhile, the 10-yard penalty moves the ball back to the 23 and makes it first down and 20 for Houston. 6:09 to go, third quarter. Texans 23, Lions 13. If you're the Lions, you got to be thinking, we're only down 10. With all of this, we're still very much in this game.
If on offense, we can just throw it to our own color jersey.
My goodness.
Goff has 8 completions and 5 interceptions.
You know, your old colleague Chris Berman always used to say that's why they play the games.
Yeah.
This is why they play the games.
Exactly right.
First down and 20. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Stroud takes the snap from under center. He's back on a play fake, sets his feet under pressure, wrapped up and sacked by McNeil. Inside the 15. Aleem McNeil gets home. They'll mark him down at the 13-yard line. And that'll set up second down at 30.
Yeah,
again, that interior pass rush.
Talked about the interior of that O-line struggle, and that was on Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason, that's his 8.5 sack he's given up.
And now McNeil is hurt. Yeah, the 8.5 sacks, the most by any guard in the NFL this year. And McNeil is hurt. Training staff out to look at him.
Couldn't tell what he hurt there.
The Lions training staff is busy. Looks like McNeil might be grabbing it. Is he grabbing up around his shoulder, maybe? Oh, maybe his jaw.
Since week 7, came into the game with 11 pressures, the most on the team.
Yeah, Mike, he's kind of working that jaw, grabbing up by his ear.
Yeah.
So he's going to head off before a 2nd down and 30.
Well, what's the old coordinator draw for this one?
Not a lot on the old play sheet for 2nd and 30.
This is where you just get some of it back and see if it's enough to go for it on 3rd down or just basically punt the series. No pun intended.
2 receivers right, 1 left. Stroud gets the shotgun snap. He'll hand it off to Mixon, running between the hash marks. Mixon across the 15 to the 17-yard line for 4. And now it'll be 3rd down at 26. Anzalone and Mekhi Wingo, the rookie out of LSU, combine on the stop.
I'd imagine you'll get the same type of a play or a very, very safe pass.
Well, either that or you chuck it up downfield and look for one of those pass interference
how
penalties.
about it? Or if it's an interception, it'd be like a punt anyway. Who knows? Lassiter is going into the locker room.
Bad sign for the Texans. Trips right, single man left. Stroud gets the shotgun snap. He's going to hand it off on a draw. Goombawale outside the left hash across the 25, and he gets cracked down at the 27. James Houston with the tackle, and that'll bring the punt team out. Nice gain on the play, but well short of where they needed to go, and so Tommy Townsend will punt it away to Khalif Raymond.
Very weird quarter.
This has been a weird game from the start. Well, Goff's going to come back out there. First 5-interception game in the NFL since October 13th of 2019 when Jameis Winston threw 5 picks against Carolina. High spiraling punt, driving Raymond back to his own 18-yard line. Starts to his right, avoids the first tackle. Flag flies up the sideline, 25, 30, 35, and he's out of bounds at about the 36. But this very likely is coming back.
Yeah, Ben Neiman is going to get the call here.
Delshon Phillips made the tackle on special teams. But this is probably going to take the Lions back around the 10.
Illegal block in the back. Receiving team number 51. 10-yard penalty, 1st down.
So that is Mr. Neiman with the block in the back. And the Lions will get backed up when we return. 3:51 to go 3rd quarter. 23-13 Houston. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
You've got a Pepto predicament, moviegoer.
Hey, I can hear your stomach grumbling.
Sorry, I ate that entire tub of popcorn with extra butter. You overdid it, and now your movie has turned into a blockbuster bellyache. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief, so you can focus on the action on the big screen instead of in your stomach. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners, so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Try Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. This modern-day non-aerosol formula features enhanced ingredients, an exceptional glide, and crisp fragrance for a shave experience like no other. Learn more at Barbasol.com.
Barbasol.
All season long, you can stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by Pfizer. Visit VaxAssist.com to schedule your pneumococcal vaccination appointment today. That's VaxAssist.com.
We've had 7 possessions already this half. We've had 4 interceptions, 2 by each team, 2 punts also by Houston, and the lone touchdown by Detroit.
Just your garden variety half.
I mean, wow.
Lions will start this drive at their own 10. Kamari Lassiter is in the locker room. He's being evaluated for a concussion, so he is not out there for the Texans defense. Goff lines up under center. Gibbs is the single back. St. Brown in motion from right to left. Here's a handoff to Gibbs running along the left hash, and he gets pulled down after a gain of 1 by Devin White. White just recently activated. He opened the season with Philly, didn't play there. It's his 3rd game with Houston. Former Pro Bowler, former first-round pick by Tampa Bay.
Definitely had a drop-off since the years in Tampa Bay. Not one play in Philly.
Top 5 pick, Pro Bowler early on, and then it just kind of came to an abrupt end. 2nd down 9 from the 11. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Goff waits on the shotgun snap. He's got it. He's back to pass, looking to his left, throws left, and he threw it right into the ground. There's a penalty flag down in the secondary. That was in the area of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Are they calling offensive pass interference? Officials are talking about it. There was a pass interference signal. It looked like, though, the first point was in the Lion direction.
There's no foul for pass interference. The ball is short and not catchable.
Well, you don't say that about a golf pass too much before tonight, but
no.
As of tonight, he's making up for all the completions that he's had by throwing a multitude of incompletions.
And you know what? They're right. I mean, this ball was a good 4 yards short of St. Brown. But here's the problem. How many times do you see deep balls that are uncatchable
and
they're still a flag?
Yep, exactly right.
3 receivers right, single man left. Goff in the shotgun on 3rd and 9 from his own 11. Takes the snap, back to pass, swings it out right side to Gibbs. Makes the catch, got blockers in front. 15 to the 20, 25 out to the 30. Gibbs cuts left, he's out to the 40, and he's finally pulled down just shy of the 45. They'll give him the 44-yard line. It's a gain of 33 on that little swing to Jahmyr Gibbs.
I'm going to tell you what's amazing. Jahmyr Gibbs, listen, the running back is fast and is going to fly down the field when nobody's blocking him. But Penei Sewell is running down the field step for step with the running back.
He is an amazing athlete. Tim Patrick, a nice block downfield, by the way, as well. 1st and 10 now. At the 44, I formation, toss play Gibbs, running left, has a blocker in front again, hops over the defender, and he's out to the 45-yard line, so just a gain of 1. Daniil Hunter with the tackle, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 9.
They finally had a drive. Their longest the Lions offense has possessed the ball in their last 7 drives has been in 1 minute and 18 seconds. I mean, that's incredible. They're finally beating that with this drive.
Officially no gain on the play. 2nd down 10 from the 44. Gibbs in the backfield to Goff's right side. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Here's the snap. Goff hands it off. Gibbs off the left side, out towards the numbers, crossing the 45. They'll give him the 47-yard line, so a gain of 3. And that'll set up 3rd down and 7. Kurt Heinisch with the tackle. Back to Amon-Ra St. Brown for just a second, Mike. 2 catches, 22 yards tonight. Officially, he's been targeted 4 times in the game. That had been an unstoppable combination for the Lions.
Yeah, we talked coming into the game about how Laporta had been underutilized tonight. It's St. Brown.
St. Brown is slot to the right. Single man to the left. Zylstra, the tight end, goes in motion to the right side. Goff back in the shotgun. 3rd down and 7. Here's the snap. Goff is going to hand it off to Montgomery, and Montgomery gets a yard to the 48. Alshire with the tackle. Now it's 4th down. The Lions are going to punt, and I am utterly confused.
I don't understand. I do not understand that call. I understand Goff is 9 of 22, but it's still Jared Goff. I mean, he can complete some balls down the field. That is stunning to me.
I mean, are you hoping you get 3 or 4 there, and then you go for it on 4th down? Low snap handled by Foxy. It's an end-over-end punt. Sims moving to his right on the numbers. He makes a fair catch at the 9-yard line. And the Texans will have it there with 24 seconds remaining in the third quarter, and the Texans leading 23-13. I mean, really, Mike, that's all I can think of is that you run that hoping you're going to get 4 yards or something, and then you're going to go for it, but I'm not even sure if that's the play there.
I mean, at some point you're going to run out of possessions. That was befuddling there. I did not understand that at all.
So the Texans will start at their own 9. 1st and 10, still maintaining this 10-point lead. Lions found the end zone, failed on a 2-point conversion. So still a 2-possession game. Trips to the left. Stroud in the shotgun. Motion Schultz in tight to the line of scrimmage now. Stroud takes the snap. He's back to throw on 1st and 10. He throws right side. Got a man. Stover is there. Can't hang on. It's incomplete. Covered by Jack Campbell. Looked like a pretty good throw, but Stover unable to maintain possession going to the ground. It'll be 2nd and 10.
You had that same route with Schultz on Campbell, and Stroud made a throw right on the money, and Schultz had a completion there. This one, Stover, as you mentioned, could not hang on to it.
Stover and Stroud very familiar with each other, former teammates at Ohio State. Stover started his career with the Buckeyes as a linebacker before moving to tight end. 2nd down 10, 3 receivers left, 1 right. Stroud in the gun, mixing the running back to his left. Stroud gets the snap, fakes the mix, and throws left side. Caught by Robert Woods, running out towards the sideline, and he's knocked down to the 10-yard line. Brian Branch the tackle, 1-yard gain, 3rd down and 9 for Houston now. And it looks like the Texans will let the third quarter run out. Down to 5 seconds to go with the clock moving. And the Texans start making their way to the other end of the field. End of 3 here in Houston with the score. The Texans 23, the Lions 13. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
College basketball is back, and the road to the championship starts now on Sirius XM. Knock it down! Catch all the top games, the buzzer beaters, and the rivalries you live for in both men's and women's college basketball. RJ Davis! Whether you're driving, at home, or on the go, follow your favorite teams in every unforgettable moment. College basketball lives on Sirius XM. Anywhere you are, go to SiriusXM.com/sports to find out where to hear your favorite team.
'Tis almost the season, and you've got a sleigh load of holiday channels to unwrap in the SiriusXM app. Shake the tinsel right off the tree with Rockin' Christmas. Set the mood for a silent night with Holiday Chill Out. Or add a touch of Christmas class with Real Jazz Holiday. There are dozens of channels to choose from. Just open the SiriusXM app and search Holiday.
Focus your mind, reduce stress, and rest easy with instrumental lo-fi hip-hop channels in the SiriusXM app. Start the day with an upbeat jolt of Lo-Fi Cafe. Stay in the zone with Lo-Fi Study. Or drift off to Lo-Fi Sleep. Explore them all at home on Alexa, Google Home, smart TVs, and everywhere on the SiriusXM app. Just search Lo-Fi.
This fall so far on The Howard Stern Show.
Chris Stapleton.
Hello, everybody.
Charlie XCX.
You are brats.
People are going wild.
Plus Aubrey Plaza, Colin Jost and Michael Che, and Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. And coming soon, Howard's very first interview with Cher. This fall on The Howard Stern Show. Exclusively on SiriusXM.
A reminder, you can once again listen to every Westwood One NFL broadcast this season for free via the NFL app. From now until Super Bowl 59 in February, the NFL is on Westwood One, and it's on the official NFL app too. Download for free today. 15 minutes remaining here in Houston. Texans lead the Lions 23-13. Texans have a 3rd down and 9 at their own 10. So the Texans have been able to hold the Lions at arm's length here, Mike, in what has become kind of a ugly, befuddling game.
The Texans haven't scored a point in the second half. They've been giving Detroit opportunities, but Detroit either shooting themselves in the foot or the Houston defense has been making plays. And plus the play calling, the last play calling for Detroit, just run the ball. I didn't understand that.
See what the Texans do here on 3rd and 9 from their own 10. Ogunbowale is the running back. Stroud in the shotgun, 3 receivers right, 1 left. Stroud gets the snap. He's back to pass. Stroud looks, throws down the middle of the field, knocked down, incomplete. Excellent play again by Branch. Got a hand out there in front of Hutchinson to swat that one away. Now the Texans will punt.
Again, blitz, man coverage, Branch. Branch has forced the lowest passer rating, the second lowest passer rating when targeted, only to be outdone by his teammate, Kirby Joseph. I mean, these two safeties are incredible in coverage.
Branch was ejected from the game in Green Bay last week for what amounted to, in what would be in college football, a targeting hit.
Yep.
Meanwhile, here comes Townsend to punt it away. Standing about 4 yards deep in the end zone. He's got the snap. He hits a high spiral. Fair catch signaled for and made by Khalif Raymond at his own 36-yard line. And now some pushing and shoving between Raymond and Delshon Phillips before the officials jump in between.
Yeah, you mentioned Branch had the hit, and he wasn't going to. It's not like college. You're targeting, you get ejected, but it went to New York, and they basically rang down and said, no, that we determined that was he had enough time to change his position and not hit him in the head and not do all the things associated with leading with the helmet, and they tossed him.
I love what Dan Campbell told his team, too, when he said, guys, they don't care about the 1 o'clock games. We're playing in big games with everybody watching. They're going to have a spotlight on us. You got to be careful. From the 36-yard line now, 1st down and 10. Goff back on a play fake, sets his feet, throws over the middle, incomplete. I don't know if that ball was tipped. Another wobbler, though, coming out of the hand of Jared Goff. Tommy Togiai was applying the pressure.
Well,
2nd down and 10.
While Houston has no sacks tonight, they've been getting pressure, and they lead. We talked about how Danielle Hunter leads the NFL in pressures and how this D-line can pressure you. No sacks. Again, they came in 4th in sacks. No sacks against Green Bay in their last game.
By the way, just to clean up my earlier comment, I'm not suggesting the NFL doesn't care about 1 o'clock games. Right. I'm saying what Dan Campbell said. His point was, when you're in big games, there's a lot of eyes on you, and you got to be careful. Slot left, single man right, 2nd down and 10. Shotgun snap to Goff, back to pass against the 4-man rush, looks, throws over the middle. He's got St. Brown, makes the catch, turns it up, and he's going to be short of the 1st down at the 44, close to the 45. So it's going to be 3rd and short toe with the tackle. They will give him the 45-yard line, so it's 3rd and 1 on a gain of 9.
First time we called St. Brown's name in a while.
Yes, it is.
Again, though, Goff just has 9 completions.
Yeah, 10 now after that throw to St. Brown. So 3rd down and a yard. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Goff takes the shotgun snap, handoff Montgomery, straight ahead, drives his legs. Let's see. He needed to get to the 46. Did he get there? He was hit at the line, kept his legs moving. I think he does have it. They are going to signal 1st down. Dylan Horton made the tackle by the nose of the football. He moved the sticks.
Just got it. You're right.
That was a good run by Montgomery because, he got hit right at the line and just kept those legs moving. Although, boy, I'll tell you, I don't know if he ever got there. Goff under center, 2 receivers right, 1 left. No challenge flag coming. Goff takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Montgomery, looking for space, waits for a hole to open up the middle, and he's near midfield. Alshire with the tackle. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 6. After a gain of 4. That was probably too close for D'Amico Ryans to challenge. Mike, I don't know that he ever got the 46.
And it might have been one of those where whatever was called on the field was going to stay with to be the call.
Very true. Fadakasi has been ruled out for the rest of the game with a foot injury for the Texans up front. 2nd down, 6 from midfield. Ball is on the left hash. 2 receivers left. Goff gets the snap, back on a play fake, sets his feet, looks, fires down the field. Williams has got it, takes a hard hit, and hangs on inside the 35 to the 33. What a catch by Jameson Williams. Another ball that fluttered to him. He got his hands on it, took a shot in the back, then a shot in the chest, but somehow hung on. He's down on the turf right now.
Well, he got sandwiched hard. And remember earlier catch, in the first quarter, the ball bounced off his hands and he reeled it back in before he took a hit. Goff took a shot there, but the ball's coming out a little funny with Goff. I mean, that hit didn't cause the way the ball came out.
Yeah, Derek Barnett applied the hit, but you're right. That ball was gone before Barnett got there. We've seen a few of those where it's really fluttering coming out of his hand. Williams is able to get up and walk off under his own power. I don't know how Jameson Williams hung on to that ball. I mean, that was not a tight spiral, and he got crushed. Gain of 17, 1st and 10 now. Ball is at the Texans 33. Goff lines up under center, takes the snap, fakes the handoff, screen to Montgomery, left side, blockers in front, down to the 25, along the numbers of the 20, cuts back 15, takes a hit, stays in bounds, and now is knocked out around the 10. Derek Barnett with the tackle. It's going to be 1st and goal from the 9. What a play call there by Ben Johnson.
Boy, he had his 2 guards, Zeitler and Glasgow, out in front of him with nothing but space. Really a well-timed and well-executed play.
24-yard gain. Texans are lucky there wasn't 15 tacked on. Montgomery took a hit after he was well out of bounds. Gibbs in there now as the single back. St. Brown in motion from left to right. Goff takes the snap, fakes the handoff, swings it out right side. Caught by St. Brown, runs across the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown with his 7th touchdown catch of the year. 7th straight game with a receiving touchdown. And somehow the Lions have pulled within 4 with 11:38 remaining in the game.
This, how we question Ben Johnson and the runs. Boy, no questioning these last couple of play calls. Just a great job again. Penei Sewell coming out and sealing, kicking out from the inside.
Now an all-important extra point for Bates to make it a 3-point game. Here's the snap, ball down, kick from Bates is on the way. It is good. And with 11:38 to go, it's now the Texans 23 and the Lions 20. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
What's up, college football fans? It's Eric McLean and Kelly Gramlich here from Gramlich and McLean. Wake up with us every single morning on SiriusXM Channel 371.
Join us each day at 7 a.m. to get the most in-depth ACC football coverage. We're giving you post-game recaps, player and coach interviews, as well as picks for your favorite team each and every week.
Coast-to-coast coverage every single day. It's football season, baby. Let's go.
Gramlich and McLean, weekday mornings beginning at 7 a.m. Eastern on ACC Radio, SiriusXM Channel 371.
Feel the thrill of the Premier League on SiriusXM FC.
Arsenal running riot. A quick fire double from Chelsea.
Hear every pulse-pounding moment.
Haaland scores the hat-trick. Brilliant left foot strike by Salah. What a goal by Marcus Rashford.
From the world's most exciting league.
Absolutely glorious from Tottenham Hotspur. Manchester United turn it round.
All on your radio home for that beautiful game.
If you like soccer, you are in the right place.
The Premier League lives on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
To truly go inside the game of pro football, you need to see things from the player's perspective.
Let's go.
Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, catch the Player's Point. Join NFL tight end Colin Thompson and Packers running back A.J. Dillon as they break down the biggest stories in the NFL.
Hand off A.J. Dillon, powering his way. Touchdown.
The Player's Point. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Hold up! It's Jimmy Fallon, and you're invited to my place for Christmas. Get ready for a new channel of classic holiday songs, handpicked by me.
Simply having a wonderful Christmas.
Plus music from my new Christmas album, Holiday Season.
Jimmy
Jimmy Fallon's Holiday Seasoning Radio. On now, channel 17, or listen at home with the SiriusXM app. Just search Jimmy Fallon.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Sunday Night Football.
This is Bill Belichick. Hear me break down the week in the NFL every Monday night on Let's Go, 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick, the rest of our great Westwood 1 crew here in Houston with 11:38 to go. The Texans' lead has been trimmed to 23-20 over the Lions as Jake Bates gets set to kick it away. Texans with 2 back deep to return. Sims and Agumbawale back there as Bates is on the approach and hits a high end-over-end kickoff. This one will land in the end zone, take a big hop over the back line, and the ball will come out to the 30-yard line. Well, Amon-Ra St. Brown, I mentioned now, 7 straight games with a touchdown catch. That's a new Lions record. Herman Moore had 6 straight back in '94. St. Brown is also now had a touchdown catch in 7 straight road games. He's the first NFL player since Devontae Adams in 2017 and 2018 to have a touchdown reception in 7 straight road contests.
And he wasn't used much early on in this game.
First down and 10, Texans at their own 30-yard line. Their lead down to 3. Receivers left and right, wings to either side. Mixon is the single back. Stroud gets the snap, fakes the toss, rolls to his left. Looking, under pressure, backs up, throws down the middle. Got a man, that's Schultz at the 40-yard line. Grabbed by Anzalone, but Schultz is able to fall forward all the way out to the 47. A gain of 17 on the pass to Dalton Schultz with a defender in the face of C.J. Stroud.
Boy, what a great job by Schultz just holding down a spot. He saw the linebacker starting to drift as they were kind of watching Stroud roll out, and he just stayed right in the hole between Anzalone and Campbell, and Stroud found him.
Boy, that a great job by Schultz. Anzalone wrapped him up, but Schultz just kept those legs driving. First down and 10, pistol look now. Mixon is the running back. Stroud gets the snap, turns, hands it off. Mixon jumping outside the left hash and jumping right into a thicket of white jerseys. Brian Branch there leading the charge. No gain on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 10. A reminder, you can watch NFL Network and Westwood 1 announcers Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner Sundays at 9 a.m. Eastern on NFL Game Day morning, only on NFL Network.
Well, I had said have attempts rushing the ball, whether the yards come or not, and they have. That was Mixon's 21st rush.
Yeah, how often do you hear that a team abandoned the run game? Yeah. The Texans, they are not abandoning it. They are sticking to it.
He's only averaging 1.6 a carry, but they are not abandoning it, no.
And I'm thinking at some point it's going to break through.
Yeah.
Second down 10. Stroud under center, takes the snap, and they're going to blow it dead. There was movement by the Texans.
False start. Offense number 87. 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
The noise you hear is from all the Lions fans that are here. They have become one of the better traveling fan bases over these last few years.
A lot of, what do you call it, Honolulu Blue?
Honolulu Blue.
Honolulu Blue.
A lot of Barry Sanders Honolulu Blue down there from years gone by. Of course, for a while, that was all the Lions had to really be proud of in recent memory. But they've changed that the way they've played the last couple of years. Second down 15, ball back at the 42. Stroud under center, mixing the single back. Here's the snap, Stroud play action fake, sets his feet, steps up in the pocket, moving to his right, now back to his left, and he tumbles down at about the 47, so he gets the penalty yardage back. Anzalone was there to force him to the ground, and now a very important 3rd down and 10 coming up for both these teams. Houston trying to keep possession of the ball, Lions trying to get it back, down by just 3.
Yeah, Houston would love to hang on to this ball and burn some more clock. And one more first down, if they get this, they'd be in field goal range.
Texans back in the huddle. Stroud looking down at that wristband that he has on his left wrist to call out the play. At the line of scrimmage with 8 on the play clock. Single receiver right, 3 left. Stroud back in the shotgun. Play clock shows 2. Stroud gets the snap. Back to pass. Under pressure. Moving to his left. Spins out of a tackle. Now wrapped up and sacked. And the ball is out. I think the Texans got on it back inside the 35-yard line. They did. It was recovered by Titus Howard, the right tackle. Haskell and Houston combine on the sack, and the Texans will punt it away.
James Houston was shot out of a cannon. I mean, Laramie Tunsil basically, Ryan, whiffed. I mean, with his hands, he went to hit Houston. Houston dipped, and he literally missed him. And then Houston missed on the initial sack, but Stroud had to be scrambling at that point.
Titus Howard looked like he was trying to rip the ball out of Stroud's hands like to take a handoff. Here's the snap back to Townsend, a little bit wide. He corrals it, gets away, a short, wobbly punt. This one is going to hit inside the 30. It takes a Texans bounce inside the 20, and it's going to be down at the 16-yard line. And that's where the Lions will have it when we come back with 8:21 remaining in the game. Texans 23, Lions 20. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Uh-huh.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. This holiday, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's over $1,800 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Over $1,800 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's Enhanced Network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
Scott Graham from our Westwood 1 studios. A look at the Week 10 scoreboard. Kansas City got to 9-0. They did it with a blocked field goal as time expired, beating Denver 16-14 today. It was Buffalo over Indianapolis 30-20. Chargers get another win. They beat Tennessee 27-17. New England wins on the road at Chicago 19-3. Pittsburgh a win in a duel today in Washington over the Commanders 28-27. Philly's now the first place team in the NFC East. They beat Dallas today 34-6. San Francisco comes back from the bye, and they get Christian McCaffrey back, winning at Tampa today 23-20. Arizona all over the Jets in the desert today 31-6. New Orleans beat Atlanta 20-17. It was Minnesota knocking off Jacksonville 12-7. And in overtime in Germany, Carolina over the Giants 20-17. All the details, highlights, and post-game reaction coming up when this one is done. For now, though, let's get back to Houston with Ryan and Mike.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. 8:21 remaining in Houston. Texans 23, Lions 20. Lions will start this drive at their own 17, 1st and 10. No Kamari Lassiter for the Texans. He has now been ruled out for the rest of the game with a concussion. Goff will start under center with receivers left and right. 2 tight ends in the ball game. Goff takes the snap. Handoff. Jahmyr Gibbs racing right to the numbers 20. Out to the 25. Turns the corner 30. Up to the 35. And he's knocked out of bounds. Where did he step out? They're going to say that he stepped out at the 32-yard line. Kadar Holman, who is in there for Lassiter, knocked him out of bounds, but a gain of 15 for Gibbs on 1st down.
Boy, great misdirection. Started pulling linemen to the left. Gibbs runs back to the right. Just a huge hole.
Receivers left and right. Zylstra, the tight end, goes in motion to the right side. Goff under center. Back to pass, looking left, throws left, got a man wide open. That's caught by St. Brown. Stutter step move, and he's across the 40 out to the 41-yard line. Holman makes the tackle. That'll be a gain of 9. Bring up 2nd down and 1, and really for the first time tonight, the Lions finding a little bit of rhythm offensively.
Yeah, they are, but you still kind of hold your breath. The fact that Goff's thrown 5 interceptions.
Credit to Bill Barnwell of ESPN, who had the stat that in the last 30 years, only 2 quarterbacks have won a game when throwing 5 picks. Matt Ryan in 2012, Tony Romo in 2007. Second down and 1. Goff gets the snap from under center. Handoff Gibbs, running right, turns the corner. He's got a first down, 45-50, down the far sideline, and he's bumped out of bounds. They're going to say that he is out at the Texans' 39. Kalen Bullock saved a touchdown, but a 20-yard run for Gibbs.
Gibbs coming in tonight averaging 6.4 yards a carry. Just been a monster on the last couple. Penei Sewell again with an excellent block on Daniil Hunter to give him the corner.
Yeah, I mentioned Gibbs' NFL record. 7 straight games he has averaged 5 yards per carry. He had been averaging 2.6 before this drive. He's at 4.7 now. From the Texans' 39, first down and 10. 6:35 to go in the game. 2 receivers left. St. Brown goes in motion to the right. Goff gets the snap. Handoff Gibbs again. Cuts back right between the hash marks, and he's down to the 33. 6 more for Gibbs. Jimmy Ward with the tackle. And now the Lions are in field goal range. Clock moving, 6:18, 6:17 to go.
Old line's just kind of leaning on that D-line and linebackers now. That front 7 from Houston getting a little forward push.
Lions up to the line of scrimmage. Again, we'll go with 2 receivers left. St. Brown is the single man to the right. Now Brock Wright motions into the backfield to serve as a fullback. Wright motions to the right. Toss play, Gibbs running right side. Gibbs looking for a block, won't get one this time, stops his feet, and he's hit back at the 40. Toto squared him up and brings him down for a loss of 7. And just like that, that takes the Lions at least to the brink of field goal range and sets up a big third down.
Boy, it really is. Now, what do the Lions do? They really go for the first down here, get some yards to make it a shorter field goal? Because right now it would be a 58-yarder.
Well, you just said it, Mike. The Lions have been punishing them with the run game, but that time the Texans all over it. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Goff in the shotgun with Montgomery to his right. Play clock at 3. Here's the snap. Goff back to pass. Looking, throws left side. Incomplete. Off the hands of St. Brown. I mean, he would have been well short of the first down, but it would have gotten him 5, 6, 7 yards. And now here comes Bates, looking to tie the game with what would be a career-long 58-yard field goal. Bates has only attempted 1 field goal from more than 50 this year. He hit from 51 in Week 8.
Yeah, that completion would have made at least a 53-yarder. Would have been a little closer to his long.
Hogan Hatton will snap. Jack Fox will hold. It comes from the right hash. The ball is down. Bates kick on the way. End over end. It is good. Just inside the right upright. And we are tied. With 5:01 to go, it's a 23-23 game. A career-long 58-yarder for Bates. And the Lions have come all the way back.
What a time for your personal best. And that thing just cleared the right upright.
With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol shaving cream, delivering a quality shave at an honest value for over 100 years. 23 apiece, 5:01 to go. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. University of Maryland Global Campus keeps your educational goals attainable with no-cost digital materials, replacing textbooks in most courses, affordable tuition, and over $15 million in scholarship opportunities available each year. Find out if you qualify. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Finding quality candidates for your small business is no little league game, but Indeed can help you cover all your hiring bases. Their all-in-one hiring platform has smart tools to help help you attract, screen, and hire quality candidates. And they don't just help you hire faster. 93% of employers agree Indeed delivers the highest quality matches compared to other job sites, according to a recent Indeed survey. Nix the hassle. Start hiring. Learn more at Indeed.com/credit to expand your team today.
Something amazing is happening at work. Innovative tools are helping people do better work. That's because CDW configuration specialists are multiplying productivity with Microsoft Windows 11 Pro Surface devices. Built-in security, flexibility, and simplified management streamline tasks so your team can get more done. Microsoft and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/surface.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Houston. For the ones who get it done, there's Grainger, offering over 1 million industrial-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. 23-23 game as Jake Bates sends a kickoff into the end zone. It'll be fielded 8 yards deep. Down to a knee goes Steven Sims, and the Texans will start at the 30. Well, how about the kick from Jake Bates? Like one of your drives, Mike, just right down that right side of the fairway. It started there and stayed right there.
Tell you what, the safest place you'd be in my drive is down the middle of the fairway. No chance of you getting hit. That was an excellent kick. I literally think it grazed the upright.
I think you're right. So now the Texans, who have not scored in this half, have seen their lead evaporate. They'll start at the 30-yard line, first down and 10. Stroud under center with Mixon the single back. 2 receivers to the left. Here's a give to Mixon, straight ahead, right into the line. Bounces off the first hit, keeps his legs driving, moves toward the left, and he's able to pick up 4 to the 34. Nowoski to tackle. Good hard run there by Joe Mixon. Second down and 6.
You mentioned Houston not scoring this half. They outscored Detroit 23-7 in the first half and then outscored 16-0 in the second half. 6 drives in the first half. They had 5 scores. 6 full drives they've had. This is our 7th. 6 drives in the second half. They've 2 interceptions and 4 punts.
Second down and 6. Stroud under center. Receivers left and right. Here's the snap. Stroud fakes to Mixon. Rolling to his right. Stroud looking. Facing some pressure now. Stutter steps. Moves. Throws down the field. Incomplete. Dangerous throw that time behind Mechie. And now it'll be third down and 6.
I'll tell you, Detroit, their man coverage has just been fantastic.
Remember when Aaron Glenn came in as the DC and said, hey, this is what we're going to do. Yeah. They did not have a lot of success early. And he said, look, we're going to stick with it. We're going to figure this out.
And they basically revamped the secondary from last year to this year.
Third down and 6. Texans tonight are 5 of 13 on third down. Ogunbowale is in the backfield. Shotgun snap to Stroud. Back to pass. Throws the slant. Caught by Mechie. First down. Threw it right to Mechie, who gets out to the 43-yard line. Arnold in coverage. And a first down for Houston.
They did send the blitz that time, so they were a man behind. And they seem to be going after Terry and Arnold.
Gain of 9 on the pass to Mechie. 5 catches in the game tonight. That exceeds what he had all season coming in. From the 43-yard line now, first down and 10. Stroud under center with receivers left and right. Here's the snap. Stroud back, handoff. Mixon looking for room, runs outside right, breaks a tackle from Nowoski, and then gets stood up and driven backward at the 45 by Jack Campbell. So that'll be a gain of 2. It'll bring up second and 8. Clock rolling down to 3:24 to go. Both teams have all 3 timeouts remaining.
I really give Houston credit for sticking with the run. I mean, the average is just horrific, but they just keep trying to knock at it. Because Mixon has been fantastic this year. He's been in check tonight, but they're just hoping he breaks one.
23 carries, 40 yards for Mixon in the game. Inside 3 minutes to go now. Play clock at 9 as the Texans get to the line of scrimmage. Stroud in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Dell starts in motion to the right, sprints back left. Stroud back, throws left side. Dell wide open, turns it up across the 50 and knocked out of bounds by Branch, but only after he picks up a first down. Out of bounds at the Lions' 46. Clock stops with 2:47 to go. First and 10, Houston.
So they put him in motion inside and saw Brian Branch was in man coverage and outside, and Branch just gave him a little bit too much space. Quick throw to him, and then he was in open area.
Texans back in their huddle. Play clock at 15 as they make their way to the line of scrimmage. 3 receivers go to the right, tight end on the left end of the line. Stroud in the shotgun, Mixon to his left. Stroud gets the snap. He's going to hand it off to Mixon along the left hash. And Mixon down inside the 42-yard line. Gain of about 4. Carlton Davis with the tackle. 2nd down and 6 with 2.5 remaining.
They would love this drive to eat up everything. Eat up the Lions' timeouts, the 2-minute warning, just keep moving the chains, get in short field goal range to win the game. That would be their plan.
Texans again back in the huddle. They will have to snap it before the 2-minute warning. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Stroud under center. Dell in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. Stroud will hand it off to Mixon. Starts to his right, looking for a lane. Runs into the waiting arms of Neiman. Right about the 40-yard line. So a gain of a couple. And that will leave Houston with a 3rd down and 4 as we have reached the 2-minute warning. With the score, the Texans 23, the Lions 23. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
The copyright of tonight's broadcast on Westwood One is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited.
2 minutes to go in Houston. Texans and Lions tied at 23. Join us again tomorrow night when the Dolphins meet the Rams. Scott Graham kicks things off at 7:30 p.m. Eastern with a pregame show. Then the great Kevin Harlan, the coach Ron Rivera have all the action from SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. For more details or to listen to the live stream for free, visit WestwoodOneSports.com.
Well, they're in position right now to basically would be a 50 if they were throwing an incomplete pass, a 58-yard field goal. Fairbairn's long this year is 59. His career long is 61, so they're technically in his range.
It's 3rd down and 4. This is the 15th 3rd down attempt for Houston tonight. It's only the 3rd time they've needed fewer than 8 yards. 3rd down and 4 from the 40. Stroud in the shotgun, 2 receivers left, 2 right. Ogunbowale is the running back to Stroud's left. Stroud waits, gets the snap from Patterson, back to pass. Stroud looking, double clutches, throws over the middle, almost intercepted. Anzalone was there and had a shot. Terry and Arnold was in coverage. Arnold is down and hurt. And it's 4th down coming up. Crowd just saw the replay. They think there should be pass interference on Terry and Arnold.
Yeah, he was flying high over the back, but I think that was a fine no call.
It almost looked like Hutchinson, the intended receiver, was slipping before Arnold even made contact with him. He kind of slowed down.
Injury inside 2 minutes. First charge timeout, Detroit.
So the Lions get charged with a timeout because of the Arnold injury.
Boy, that was close to interference. His left arm was on the shoulder, but he wasn't changing the direction of the receiver. Maybe that's the reason the receiver fell forward.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. That's a lot closer than I thought initially.
That sure was. And it was right behind Anzalone, who was trying to get a hand on the ball, but it did look like Arnold went through him.
Arnold is up. He's able to walk off. He's on the bench. The Lions now have 2 timeouts. Fairbairn is going to come out for a 58-yard attempt to give the Texans the lead. Earlier in the ball game, Fairbairn hit the long field goal, a 56-yarder that tied the NFL single-season record for field goals from 50-plus.
This would break it.
So Fairbairn looking for history and the lead. Weeks will snap, Townsend will hold. Weeks is over the football. His snap is perfect. Ball is down. Kick from Fairbairn on the way. No good. He missed it wide left. And with 1:51 to go, the Lions will take over in great field position. And for Texans fans, that's definitely a Pepto-Bismol upsetting moment. Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of the reach of children. Mike, that really wasn't that close.
No, he hooked that right out of the gate. The snap was just a hair high, but the hold was perfect. It was down there just fine, but he really just hooked it. And now, as we talked about on the break, if they were to go for it and it would have an incomplete and miss a field goal, Detroit has great field position.
1:51 to go. Lions have it at their own 48. Now the Texans have all 3 timeouts. So the Lions still have work to do here, and the Texans have those timeouts to use. Goff will line up in the shotgun. 2 receivers stack right. St. Brown single man left. Brock Wright goes in motion from right to left. Sam Laporta has a shoulder injury. He has not been on the field on these last couple of drives. Here's the snap. Handoff Gibbs running left across the 50. He's able to turn his back. He's able to spin forward. He gets to the Texans 48. It's a gain of 4. DeMeco Ryans calls timeout. With 1:46 to go, Jalen Petrie with the tackle. 2 timeouts remain for the Texans. It'll be 2nd down and 6.
So Bates just hit a career long of 58 yards. That would, if you wanted to match that, they would need to get to the 40-yard line. Again, his career long coming into tonight was 51 yards.
Yeah, keep in mind that 58-yarder was barely good.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just inside the upright, and he had maybe 2 or 3 extra yards on it. Bates did have a big leg in the UFL for the Michigan Panthers. He was 3 of 3 from beyond 60 in that league. 2nd down and 6. Goff under center, receivers left and right. Gibbs is the single back. Goff gets the snap. Toss play to Gibbs. Running left. Gibbs to the outside. Trying to turn the corner. Can't do it. And he's pulled out of bounds. Well, they're winding the clock. And now Ryans is going to call a timeout. I guess they're saying that Gibbs' knee hit inbounds. No gain on the play. Alshire with the tackle. So the Texans have to burn their 2nd timeout. Let's take a look at the replay here, Mike.
Yeah, the Ryan's just pointing to the big screen to the official saying he was out of bounds. He was out of bounds. He was absolutely out of bounds.
Yeah, he landed on Alshire. I mean, if we look at it again, are we going to go to maybe the shin was down?
Yeah, maybe the shin was down.
That's become a thing lately.
Yeah, it has.
We learned last Thursday night that if you get the same foot and shin inbounds, it's a catch.
Yeah, that's like 2
But going back 2 weeks, if you get the same foot down twice, it's not a catch.
It's befuddling.
3rd down and 6.
Second time I've used that word tonight.
Scoreboard still shows the Texans with 2 timeouts, but the official stats do indicate they just had to use that second one. 3 receivers bunch right. Goff in the shotgun. Now the receivers spread out in a line. Gibbs in the backfield. Goff gets the snap. Back to pass against the four-man rush. Fires right side. That's caught by St. Brown. Diving inside the 40. Down to the 37. Alshire the tackle. Gain of 11. And the Texans spend their final timeout. It is 1st and 10 for Detroit. Jared Goff that time fired a strike to his favorite target, Amon-Ra St. Brown, who moves the sticks.
Oh, man, he just did a little in and out route, came in right toward Alshire, and Alshire just went in with him a little bit, and then Brown broke to the outside and put a little bit of distance in between him and Alshire, and that was all he needed.
A lot to ask for Alshire to cover
really
St. Brown.
Yeah, really is. And St. Brown ran right at him. So Alshire didn't know if he was going to do a crossing route or go back out. He went back out. Obviously, he's going to be quicker than Alshire.
All right, now the Texans are out of timeouts. From where the ball is sitting now, you're still looking at about a 55-yard field goal. So the Lions would like to make this easier on themselves. Mike, what do you look for here?
So what you'll do is you'll get runs or you'll get really safe short passes and try and get runs after the catch.
Goff will line up under center. Jahmyr Gibbs the single back. Receivers left and right. Williams split wide right. St. Brown wide left. Goff takes the snap, hands it off. This is Gibbs up the middle, protecting the football. Spins his way to the 35. Togiai with the tackle. Gain of 2. Texans can no longer stop the clock.
And when I say runs, I mean runs between the tackles, because you go wide, you can lose yards, maybe run out of bounds if you're not careful, or don't get down. So it would be between the tackles, or like I said, quick, safe passes.
Remember, we saw it on that last drive where they ran that toss and Gibbs lost, 6, 7, 8 yards?
Yeah, the reason you may not want to try and throw a pass is if it's incomplete, it stops the clock as well.
Lions up to the line of scrimmage, clock moving, 54 seconds to go. Montgomery is in the game now. St. Brown in motion from the right. Goff gets the snap. He'll hand it off to Montgomery. Straight ahead to the 34-yard line. Forward progress stop there. He did fall forward down to the 32, but the officials had already blown it dead. Daniil Hunter with the tackle. And the clock continues to move. Down to 33 seconds left.
So Detroit will let it run down now.
Dan Campbell standing right next to the official on the sideline. This is usually where the coach will tell the official, this is when I'm going to call the timeout. Now, because it's third down, if you're Campbell, do you want to call this with 5 seconds?
To leave yourself some time if it's a bad snap. Probably if he leaves 4 or 3, that means he's just putting it. Nope, he called it with
6 seconds.
6 seconds.
So he does leave himself time. If there was a snap error.
A bad snap, yep.
Oh, they're going to put it at 4 seconds.
So no, this will pretty much be it.
So it's going to be Jake Bates.
Oh, Dan Campbell is like, wait, what happened? I called timeout with 6 seconds. He is not happy. I think he wanted the fact if it was a muffed snap or something to fall on the ball, call a timeout, and have another chance at it.
So here comes Bates for what should be a 52-yard field goal. Again, before the 58-yarder, he had only attempted one kick of more than 50 yards this year.
What a comeback this would be. To give up 23 in the first half and no points in the second half with a chance at a game winner.
Ball is on the left hash. Bates, the first-year kicker, is set. Tells Fox he's ready to go. Here's the snap, ball down, the kick is on the way, end over end, it is good! Just inside the left upright, and the Lions win! The Lions steal one in Houston. 26-23 is the final, and the Detroit Lions have gone to 8-1 on the season, their 7th straight win. The Lions are the first team since 1970 to throw 5 picks in a game and win. Down 23-7, they come back for the 26-23 victory, and Jake Bates wins it with a 52-yard field goal, just barely inside the left upright.
So you're right, his 58-yarder was barely inside the right upright and barely made it over the crossbar. This one had plenty of distance, but just barely made it inside the left upright. I mean, he flirted with disaster 2 times.
What a game.
Oh, that ball nicked the flag on the upright.
What a game.
And you're right, Detroit, I feel like they stole one.
Down 23-7 on the road in a game where they threw 5 interceptions. The Lions come back and win. They go to 8-1 on the season. It is the first 8-1 start for the Detroit Lions since 1954. And for the Texans, just another gut punch, heartbreaking loss. A game that it seemed like they had control of, and the Lions come back and rip one away on the road. Jake Bates, the hero, a 58-yarder to tie it, a 52-yarder to win it. And the Lions, on a night when they had far from their best, at least offensively, get the win. 26-23, the final score.
And they lost 3 of their last 4, has Houston, and this one had to feel like such a gut punch. To be in control 23-7.5, even though it was really kind of a funky game, still you're up 23-7, and you do not score a point in the second half.
I'll tell you, the Lions talk about grit, they talk about belief. This team feels like they have what it takes. And they found a way to win, much like we've seen Kansas City do, Mike. When they're not at their best, they find ways to win. That is what not just good teams, that is what the elite teams do.
It's exactly
right. And it's
right.
what the Lions did tonight.
It's exactly right. It's what great teams do, is you find a way to pull it out, you find a way to win. And you know Dan Campbell and the word grit. Well, his team had it. There's no doubt about that.
This team has grit times 2. What a performance in the second half by the Lions. Let's go down to the field where Lions safety Brian Branch joins us. Brian, Ryan Radke, Mike Golick upstairs. Congratulations. Tell us what that was like. I mean, from up here, it was just a crazy football game to watch. How'd you guys come back and win it?
Shoot, we just stuck with each other. We knew in the first half we didn't really play our standard of football, but second half we just continue to fight, and that's what this team is made of. We got a whole bunch of dogs and a whole bunch of fighters, and we're going to fight to the end no matter what.
What did Dan Campbell say to you guys down 23-7 in the locker room at half?
Shoot, he just said we're going to see what y'all made of. That's really it. That's all he needed to say.
And then what was the talk on the sideline amongst your defensive unit as the second half was going on and you were holding the Texans scoreless?
We just got to continue to play with each other. You know, when we get down, we know we beating ourselves, and shoot, we just, remain humble and remain poised and just continue to play with each other.
Brian, what does a win like this mean for your team? You guys have won so many games the last couple of years, but to win on the road at a night when things really weren't going your way, what does this mean for your group?
The sky's the limit. It showed that, no matter if we down or up, we're going to continue to fight, and this team showed a whole bunch of grit. You had CD stepping up, making big plays, just we all come together, and this whole team, it's a brotherhood.
Well, Brian, congratulations on the win tonight. Stay healthy. Best of luck the rest of the year. Thanks very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Brian Branch, Lions safety. The Lions on the road with a 26-23 win over the Texans. Detroit goes to 8-1 on the season. They have won 7 consecutive games. It's the longest winning streak in a single season for Detroit since 1995, where they won 7 straight to end the year. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios with the postgame report. Protect the stuff you love with Renter's Insurance. Visit Progressive.com. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Focus your mind, reduce stress, and rest easy with instrumental lo-fi hip-hop channels in the Sirius XM app. Start the day with an upbeat jolt of Lo-Fi Cafe. Stay in the zone with Lo-Fi Study. Or drift off to Lo-Fi Sleep. Explore them all at home on Alexa, Google Home, smart TVs, and everywhere on the Sirius XM app. Just search Lo-Fi.
Feel the fury and rage of liquid metal. A channel that delivers a relentless barrage of bone-crushing sound. From Metallica, Pantera, and Slipknot to the hardest and heaviest rock of this moment. Jump into the pit on Liquid Metal Channel 40. And at home on Alexa, Google Home, smart TVs, and everywhere on the SiriusXM app.
This fall so far on The Howard Stern Show.
Chris Stapleton.
Hello, everybody.
Charlie XCX.
You are Brad.
People are going wild.
Plus Aubrey Plaza, Colin Jost and Michael Che, and Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. And coming soon, Howard's very first interview with Cher. This fall on The Howard Stern Show, exclusively on SiriusXM.
Up front tonight, the breaking news.
Get closer to what's happening right now with the SiriusXM news channels.
The images coming in of a large wildfire burning, evacuations underway.
From cable news to business.
And so the markets need to be prepared for that and the volatility.
And international.
Very large stockpiles of ammunition and advanced weapons because of its own preparations for
the SiriusXM news channels, starting at channel 112 and on the SiriusXM app.
Scott Graham from our Westwood 1 studios following Sunday Night Football tonight. We thought that it would be a very good one in Houston between a 6-3 Texans team and a 7-1 Lions team. This game was odd. It was weird. It was crazy, but it did not disappoint. Lions coming into this game in a run in which over the course of the last 6 games, they had more touchdowns than incomplete passes from their quarterback Jared Goff. But this is a completely different game. Lions got the ball first in this one, and we found out it was going to be a completely different game 5 plays in, as Goff ended up getting picked off. As it turned out, Houston got the football for their first opportunity in Detroit territory. Took them a while to bang it in, but ultimately they did get it in the hands of their running back.
3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Stroud by his lonesome in the shotgun. Now we'll bring Mixon from outside the numbers on the right in motion. He's going to hand it to him, sweeping around the left side. Mixon turns the corner, lowers the shoulder, into the end zone. Touchdown, Texans. Joe Mixon with an 8-yard touchdown run, and Houston is on the board first. 7:46 to go in the first quarter. It's the Texans 6, the Lions nothing, and the extra point try coming up.
Little motion jet sweep, and the extra point from Fairbairn was good. 7-0 Houston on top quickly in this ball game. They would add a Kaimi Fairbairn 34-yard field goal before the first quarter was done and led it by a score of 10-0. However, the Detroit Lions are a team that all year long has figured out a way to answer it, and they did early in the second. The drive that began late in the first after the Fairbairn field goal was 11 plays and 70 yards. But early in the second quarter, once again, with Jared Goff looking in the air, they were right back in it.
2 receivers right, Goff back in the shotgun. Takes the snap, fakes the gift, rolling to his right. Goff is looking, floats it toward the end zone, caught for a touchdown. Sam Laporta got behind the defense, and Jared Goff with a perfect throw. A 20-yard touchdown, and the Lions are on the board. 10:52 to go in the second quarter. It's the Texans 10, the Lions 6, and the extra point coming up to try to make it a 3-point game.
They made it the 3-point game as Jake Bates hit on the extra point. 10-7 the score early in the second quarter. After the Texans got the ball back, they drove, and Kaimi Fairbairn hit a 56-yard field goal, tying the NFL record for most field goals of 50-plus yards in a single season. Then, after Jared Goff threw another interception, Texans got the ball back, and Fairbairn hit from 29 yards out at the 4:07 mark of the second quarter, stretching it to 16-7. Where this game took a very decided turn, though, was in the closing moments of that first half. After Detroit was turned away on downs, it was a punt that went to the Houston Texans. They got an opportunity to take the ball over in their own end. Now, John Mechie, coming into this game, had 4 catches on the season. But on the drive late in the second quarter, he had 2 big catches to get him close. When they got close enough, C.J. Stroud decided to stay with the hot hand.
Stroud will line up in the shotgun. 3 receivers left, including Schultz. Dell single man right. Here's the snap. Stroud is back to pass. Looking, throws deep down the middle for the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown, John Mechie. Touchdown, Texans. Another strike fired in by Stroud, and Mechie hauls it in traffic. A 15-yard touchdown, and the Texans lead is now 22-7.
23-7 the score at halftime. Shocking, no doubt, for a lot of fans in the NFL, seeing the Lions held down to the 7 points and knowing they had a lot of ground to try to make up. Now, you assume that might happen immediately at the beginning of the second half, and it looked as though it might. On the very first play of the second half, there was an interception. It was C.J. Stroud getting picked off on the Texans' first play. However, incredibly enough, if you can believe this, Jared Goff returned the favor just 3 plays later. This, as we said, was a crazy game. A lot of turning the ball over. Ultimately, there was a big-time turnover for the Texans a couple of drives later when they had an opportunity to get into the end zone. Taking the ball after a score by the Detroit Lions. Lions got that score as David Montgomery got into the end zone, and they got it a little bit closer to a 23-13 game. Texans brought it down the field. Great opportunity to get the ball into the end zone as an open receiver was sitting there for C.J. Stroud. Tank Dell was behind the defense with what looked like half a field in front of him. Stroud instead of zipping the ball in there, decided to float the ball in there, and it got picked off. Turned away once again. Momentum had clearly changed in this game as it went to the fourth quarter, a 23-13 game. And early in the fourth quarter, a 7-play, 64-yard drive from the Lions got them into the red zone, where Jared Goff brought them that much closer.
Gibbs in there now as the single back. St. Brown in motion from left to right. Goff takes the snap, fakes the handoff, swings it out right side. Caught by St. Brown, runs across the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown with his 7th touchdown catch of the year, 7th straight game with a receiving touchdown, and somehow the Lions have pulled within 4 with 11:38 remaining in the game.
The amazing part was not just that they had pulled back within, but that the Houston Texans had been held out of the end zone off the scoreboard over the course of the entire of the second half of this ball game. It's another drive from the Lions in the fourth quarter that got them to the edge of what you would thought was field goal range. And just over 5 minutes to go, Jake Bates, the local kid from Texas who grew up not far from Houston, nailed a 58-yard field goal that just barely scraped the inside of the right upright. Well, that was the tie for the 3rd longest field goal in Lions history and tied the game up at 23 apiece. Still 5:01 left to go. And the Texans set about a drive of their own to try to figure out a way to win this ball game. Just inside the 2-minute warning, they tried for a 58-yarder of their own, but Kaimi Fairbairn pulled it left and missed it. That meant the Detroit Lions got an opportunity not only to get the football back, but they got to get it in great field position at their own 48-yard line. They only moved the ball 18 yards, but that's all they needed to move it to give their kid kicker, coming back home again, one final shot to win this game. It was time for the Wrangler highlight of the game.
Bates, the first-year kicker, is set. Tells Fox he's ready to go. Here's the snap, ball down, the kick is on the way, end over end, it is good! Just inside the left upright, and the Lions win! The Lions steal one in Houston. 26-23 is the final, and the Detroit Lions have gone to 8-1 on the season, their 7th straight win.
That is the highlight of the game, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles made for your next adventure. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Absolutely unbelievable in terms of comebacks for the Detroit Lions. They win it 26-23 tonight. The last quarterback to come from 15 points down to win a game while throwing 5 interceptions, you got to go all the way back to Johnny Unitas in 1970. More on tonight's game. Let's go back to NRG Stadium, rejoin Ryan Ratke and Mike Golick. Guys?
All right, Scott, thanks very much. I mean, just an incredible game here tonight. And by the way, I appreciate Scott cleaning that up. It's the last team to trail by 15 and throw 5 interceptions to win was 1970. So thank you for that, Scott. Johnny Unitas, Colts over the Bears in that 1970 season. Jared Goff throws 5 picks tonight, and the Lions win. Last time Goff threw 5 picks, October 10th of 2015. He was playing for Cal in a game against Utah that night. And, Mike, for the Lions to come in here and find a way to win this game on a night when they played like we have really not seen them play in a long time. It is, again, it's a credit to them. Finding a way to win is what good teams do.
Without question. This is kind of what Kansas City's been doing a lot of the year. This is kind of the first time Detroit's done it, being down 2 scores like they were down and coming back and just not playing well. Now, credit Houston's defense again for it. But and you know what? You look at things during the game, and you see 2 of Houston's field goals. One came when they were at the 11-yard line. One came when they were at the 16-yard line. Put one of those in the end zone, it's a 4-point difference in a 3-point game. Now, again, things could finish differently, but still, you have 2 red zone where you're slowed down and you have to kick short field goals. But being outscored, after outscoring Detroit 23-7 in the first half, being outscored 19-0, that's just, great adjustments. Detroit waking up, as Dan Campbell said, our guys have to wake up because you knew they could play better than it, and Houston had to expect that Detroit would start to play better.
I think it was last week you were talking about kind of the bend, don't break defenses. Yeah. I mean, go back to what you were just talking about. The Lions this year, they're 4th best in the NFL at keeping teams out of the end zone once they get inside the 20-yard line. You may get down there, but it's hard to get it into the end zone against.
Yep, it is. And going back, we'd said to Johnny Unitas in 1970, looking to start 8-1. They're 8-1, start 8-1 for the first time since 1954, when the Lions went 9-2-1 and lost in the NFL championship to Cleveland. Yes, kids, there were NFL championships before Super Bowls.
Yeah, they hope they're back in the championship game
exactly
this year. 16-point halftime deficit, biggest overcome by any NFL team since September 24th of last year. Green Bay trailed New Orleans 17-0 at the half. Came back and won 18-17. Largest halftime deficit Detroit has overcome since 2014. They trailed 21-0 at the half against Atlanta and won 22-21. Down 16 at halftime. Largest halftime comeback by a team who also threw 5 or more interceptions in NFL history. Wow. Let's check the final stats. If you want more, sponsored by the United States Postal Service. Share all the holiday joy this season with the convenient shipping and enhanced network of the United States Postal Service. For more information, visit USPS.com/holidayride. Lions outgained the Texans 345-248 in the ball game tonight. Jared Goff finishes 15 of 30 for 240 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. 15 incompletions for Goff tonight, more than he had thrown in his last 3 games combined, and the 5 picks. Jahmyr Gibbs finishes with 19 carries for 71 yards. David Montgomery, 12 carries, 32 yards, and a touchdown. Sam Laporta was the leading receiver in terms of yardage. 3 catches, 66 yards, and a touchdown. He left with a shoulder injury. Amon-Ra St. Brown had 6 catches for 60 yards and a TD. Meanwhile, C.J. Stroud, 19 of 33, 232 yards. He had a touchdown and 2 picks. John Mechie, 5 catches, 74 yards, and a touchdown. Joe Mixon, 25 carries, 46 yards, and a touchdown tonight. And, Mike, I think, again, that will be one of the keys for Detroit coming back. As you said, credit Houston. They stuck with that running game, but Detroit never let them get it going.
No, they never did. They never let Mixon break off one. He had, a long run of 8 yards. They never really let him get into rhythm, but I do credit Houston for continuing to try. Think about this, Ryan. 2 of the better quarterbacks, right? 15 incompletions by Goff, 14 incompletions by Stroud, who was 19 of 33, 29 incompletions, 7 interceptions, and 3 touchdowns.
Wow.
I mean, that's just amazing.
Not at all what anybody expected coming into this game tonight. 8-1 now. You mentioned first-time Lions have been 8-1 since 54. Here's the upcoming schedule. Home against Jacksonville next week, at Indianapolis. Then they welcome in Chicago for Thanksgiving Day before they face Green Bay again on Thursday Night Football. So that's what's coming up for the Lions. Meantime, let's talk about what this does for Houston. I mean, the Texans are in first place in the AFC South, but they have now lost 3 of their last 4 games. They fall to 6-4 on the season. This one is really going to hurt, Mike. They were embarrassed on Thursday Night Football against the Jets on Halloween. I'm not going to say they were embarrassed tonight, but this one's going to sting, a game that on their home field they had control of at halftime and couldn't finish the deal.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is for them, now listen, they have a grander plan than just the division. But they're sitting pretty in the division. Even though they lost 3 of their last 4, they're 3-0 in division play, 6-4 overall. The Colts are behind them at 4-6, 2 games behind them. So they're still sitting just fine. But they need to figure their stuff out. If they want to make a run further than they went last year, and obviously that's their goal.
Upcoming schedule for them: they're at Dallas on Monday night next week. It's a big game in this state.
Yep.
Especially then against Tennessee and at Jacksonville before they get the bye. They should be getting Nico Collins back in their lineup. Hopefully, getting Will Anderson back pretty soon. So I do think you're right. This one is going to sting for the Texans, but they can look at it and say, "All right, fellas, it's been a bad patch of the season. We got some things we got to clean up, but they're going to get some help back. The schedule's not brutal coming up. They still have a chance to kind of get things going in the right direction."
They do. I don't think they need another team meeting, players-only meeting. I think they're going to be okay. They have the talent. They know they have the talent. It's different if a team that only has a couple of wins wondering how their season spiraled out of control. While it's a bad stretch right now, it's a long season. You can go through bad stretches, but you can come out of the other end. As you mentioned, with Nico Collins and Will Anderson coming back, that's going to be a huge, huge help to them.
If you can stick around, as soon as Scott is done with the wrap-up, we have a broadcasters-only meeting that will be beginning shortly. So just stick around if you can.
I got a hammy. I got a hammy. I got to get treatment back at the hotel.
Always an excuse. 26-23. Lions steal one here in Houston tonight. We'll send it back to Scott Graham now in our Westwood One studios.
All right, thank you very much, guys. What a wild, crazy, and entertaining game. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
Interact with our stable of former players, coaches, and executives all day long on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Big victory and come from behind fashion for the Detroit Lions. When we come back, we're going to run down all the scores and highlights from today's NFL action. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
What's up, college football fans? It's Eric McLean and Kelly Gramlich here from Gramlich and McLean. Wake up with us every single morning on SiriusXM Channel 371.
Join us each day at 7 a.m. to get the most in-depth ACC football coverage. We're giving you post-game recaps, player and coach interviews, as well as picks for your favorite team each and every week.
Coast-to-coast coverage every single day. It's football season, baby. Let's go.
Gramlich and McLean, weekday mornings beginning at 7 a.m. Eastern on ACC Radio, SiriusXM Channel 371.
Your home for the Emirates NBA Cup is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86.
Yep, that's a three-point play opportunity for Jalen Brunson.
Starting at 7:30, here the New York Knicks take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Then at 10 Eastern, catch Captain Klay Thompson in his return to the Bay when the Dallas Mavericks face the Golden State Warriors.
Left to Thompson, teed up again, down it goes again.
Don't miss an NBA Cup doubleheader Tuesday night on NBA Radio Channel 86 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws it. It's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the Draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88.
Back at the Sunday Night Football postgame show following Detroit's win over Houston. Let's get a look at what happened around the National Football League today. You know that the Kansas City Chiefs are the two-time defending Super Bowl champions, going for the three-peat, trying to keep the perfect season alive today at home at Arrowhead Stadium against the Denver Broncos. Now, Denver hadn't won a game in Kansas City since 2015, 8 straight losses at Arrowhead, and Patrick Mahomes with 7 touchdowns, but 7 interceptions and 11 sacks in his last 4 games against Denver. Didn't get a whole lot easier today, although he did manage to help his friend make history.
Far side of the field of Mahomes. Marks out a call. Now they motion to set up 3 eligible to the right. They throw right, caught, touchdown! Kansas City! Travis Kelce just pivots inside and now ties Tony Gonzalez with 76 receiving touchdowns. The best in Kansas City Chiefs history.
Yeah, Taylor was there cheering him on. Mitch Holtis the call, 106.5, The Wolf and the Chiefs radio network. But that's as the Chiefs were trying to come back from a 14-3 deficit in this game. Ultimately, they did it. Got a field goal in the fourth quarter and took a 16-14 lead. But Denver, behind Bo Nix, moved the ball into Kansas City territory in the closing seconds. Chiefs were unable to stop the clock, so it was all in Denver's hands. And they stopped for a 35-yard field goal, what was going to be the final play of regulation. Not a tough shot for Will Lutz to try to dethrone Kansas City.
Lutz waiting for the snap. Placement is down. Lutz's kick is blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! The Chiefs blocked the kick! They're going to stay undefeated! The Kansas City Chiefs blocked a 35-yard field goal attempt! Kansas City wins this game on a blocked field goal!
Unbelievable. 16-14 final score in this ball game. The Chiefs moved to 9-0 on the year. Your head coach Andy Reid talking after the game on finding another way to win.
For a 10 like that, I haven't been around a lot of those walk-off blocks. So I'm going to enjoy it, but I'm also going to get to work fixing the other things that we need to fix before we go to Buffalo. But, you enjoy every one of these the best you possibly can, because it's tough in this league. The parity in this league is ridiculous.
Patrick Mahomes threw for that one touchdown on the day, 266 yards, as the Chiefs move to the 9-0 mark. They got a tough task in front of them next week at Buffalo. Bo Nix threw 2 touchdown passes in this game, but Denver falls to 5-5. Speaking of those Buffalo Bills, they were in Indy today. Not a place they've had a lot of fun in the past. They had lost 6 straight games at Indianapolis, their last win coming in 1998. But this Buffalo team is doing a lot of things right now, trying to get to 8-2 on the broad shoulders of their quarterback.
3 receivers to the right. Johnson flared out to the left in the backfield. Allen in the shotgun. Here's the snap. Hand off. No, it's a keeper for Allen through the left side. 10, 5, and he's into the end zone for the touchdown. The Beast has been released.
Chris Brown, WGR Sports Radio 550 in Buffalo. Buffalo wins this one today, 30-20. For Josh Allen, 280 yards, did throw a couple of interceptions in this game and ran for that one score. James Cook had 80 yards and 2 rushing scores. Buffalo's now 8-2 for the first time since 1993. That's the last time they went to the Super Bowl. As for Indy, they fall to 4-6. Their defensive back Kenny Moore talking about his team's effort in the loss.
I don't think everybody is working as hard as possible, and obviously it's showing. I'm not the type to sugarcoat it. Honestly, if I don't think the urgency is there. I don't think the details are there, so I don't think the effort is there, and I don't see everything correlating from meetings to practice to the games, and it shows.
Well, calling out his team now as they fall to 4-6. Joe Flacco threw 3 interceptions, including one that got brought back by Teron Jackson for a touchdown. Jonathan Taylor had 114 yards. But as we said, Indy misses a chance to make up some ground inside the division on Houston with a 30-20 loss at home today. The Chargers are a team that's built on defense, and with the offensively challenged Tennessee Titans coming to town today at SoFi Stadium, you assume they had a pretty good opportunity in front of them. Tennessee did get a couple of touchdowns, both of them courtesy, thank you very much, of Calvin Ridley, who's got a new life right now. But the Chargers held Tennessee down through the middle portion of the game, and Justin Herbert did just enough.
3rd down, Herbert looking, throwing for Quentin. Caught, touchdown! Herbert to Johnston, 16 yards, and Quentin gets in again. 5th touchdown of the season.
Matt Money Smith on Alt 98.7 in Los Angeles. Chargers win at 27-17 to improve to 6-3 on the year. Herbert was 14 for 18, not gaudy stats for 164 yards in that score. He also ran for a score in the game. The other side for Tennessee, Will Levis coming back off a shoulder injury. He'd missed the last 3 games. His big problem has been turnovers this year. He didn't turn it over today. Threw for $175 and 2 scores. And as we said, Calvin Ridley with 2 touchdown catches, but Tennessee falls to 2-7. New England was 2-7 going to Chicago today and trying to avoid a 6-game losing streak on the road. That would be their longest in 25 years. Well, as it turned out, ultimately, New England figured out a way to get it done today with their kid quarterback going up against the Bears and their kid quarterback. Today, Drake May came out on top.
Stevens in the single back now. Hunter motions right. May with the play fake in the pocket. Wide open receiver left poke. And it's an easy flip and catch for a touchdown. Patriots!
Oh, you have an adversity that hits you the first 2 quarters. And Drake May settles down on his drive. That's a good job by him moving the football team to get a touchdown before the first half ends.
Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak, 98.5, the Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network. New England wins today with defense. They hold Chicago out of the end zone and take it at Soldier Field 19-3. May threw for that score on the day and 184 yards as New England improves to 3-7, and they break that road losing streak in Chicago today. Caleb Williams, this is getting interesting now. 16 for 30 for 120 yards. Williams has not thrown a touchdown pass in 3 straight games. Also hasn't thrown an interception in 3 straight games, but Chicago is 4-5. All right, how about one of the games of the day? Pittsburgh and Washington today in D.C., and Washington had a lead late in this ball game behind Jaden Daniels. Russell Wilson tried to bring his team back down the field. He didn't throw for a lot of yards today, but he was effective when need be. And he also got himself a new weapon with the Steelers this week, who he went to for the very first time with the game on the line with just over 2 minutes to go.
Wilson settles back, raises the foot, gets the snap, back to pass, looking, going to float it up left for Williams, and Williams makes the grab in the end zone. What a throw! What a catch! Mike Williams in his first game in a Steelers uniform has hauled in a 32-yard touchdown strike from Russell Wilson.
Oh, he threw that ball wang-dang doodle down the sidelines. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. First target, first catch. Could be a game winner, Kinger. Unbelievable.
I saw the pass. Apparently, wang dang doodle means perfectly thrown ball way up in the air that drops into the receiver's lap. Rob King and Craig Wolfley, 102.5 WDVE and the Steelers Audio Network. Pittsburgh wins it 28-27. 3 touchdown passes for Russell Wilson in this game. Najee Harris coming into the game had 3 consecutive 100-yard games. Today held to 53, although he did get a score. Pittsburgh's now 7-2. Jaden Daniels, 17 out of 34 for 202 on the day. Austin Eckler had a couple of rushing touchdowns. Terry McLaurin had 113 yards. Washington is now 7-3 as they get ready for a big Thursday night game here on Westwood 1 in Philly against the Eagles. Still to come, more scores, highlights, and post-game reaction. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Football season is heating up, and Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action while watching football. With over 10 million members now and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. The app is so simple to use. Just pick 2 or more players across any sport, pick more or less on their projection, and you can win up to 100 times your money. Prize Picks even invented the flex play, so you can still cash out if one of your picks doesn't hit. I love it. I love it because it's daily fantasy. And it's easy, and it's fun. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code PRIMETIME and get a $50 credit instantly when you play $5. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks to get a $50 credit instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states where it's lawful to wager, and visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop D-O-double-G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here, so drop that jingle.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us, plus 4 lines for $25.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well-qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99. Credits end to be pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay, things people love.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Welcome back to the Sunday Night Football postgame show on Westwood One from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com. Lions win in dramatic come-from-behind fashion today. Or tonight, I should say. Earlier today, it was the Philadelphia Eagles and Dallas Cowboys getting together for the first time this year. And you know that Dallas is kind of depleted right now. Without Dak Prescott for the foreseeable future, could be for the rest of the year. They've lost 4 straight home games coming in, being outscored in those 4 games, or allowing, I should say, 167 points. The most points allowed in a 4-game span at home by any team since the Oilers back in 1973. Philly was coming in riding high over a 4-game win streak, with Jalen Hurts doing almost no wrong. 12 touchdowns, no turnovers over that course of time. Well, today, he did turn it over twice, but Jalen Hurts also took opportunities to be Jalen Hurts.
Hurts back. Hurts looks. Here comes the rush. He's rolling, firing, complete. Touchdown! Dallas got him. He got him.
I love the maneuver by Jalen Hurts in the pocket. He avoids the pressure, gives him a little shake, gets out to the right side. Then Dallas Goedert slipped open in the end zone for the touchdown.
That's Merrill Reese and Mike Quick on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Philly wins this one in a walk today, winning in Dallas for the first time since 2017. 34-6 was the final. Jalen Hurts responsible for 2 passing touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns on the day. 4 straight games now with a rushing touchdown, ties his longest ever streak. A.J. Brown, they didn't know if he would play. All he did was 5 catches for 109 yards. Philly has now won 5 in a row to go to 7-2, and they've taken over first place in the NFC East ahead of that Thursday night game against the now second place Washington Commanders. On the other side for Dallas, it's not good right now. 3-6. Cooper Rush threw for just 45 yards. Trey Lance got a little bit of time. Ezekiel Elliott lost a fumble on his way in toward the end zone. It just did not work out well for Jerry Jones' team, who talked about their performance afterwards.
I don't want to deal in hypotheticals, but, anybody that loses their top quarterback has some adjustments to make, and they're usually adjusting uphill. And so I thought that basically we'd look better tonight without Dak. I thought we'd look better on offense than we looked without Dak. Same Cooper play better than we played tonight. Philadelphia's got a lot to do with that. That's what it is.
And from the doesn't get any easier file, Dallas now 3-6. They've got the Houston Texans on Monday Night Football next week here on Westwood One at AT&T Stadium. San Francisco was thrilled today to get their man back, Christian McCaffrey. 22-5 when he plays, 4-5 when he doesn't, since they traded for him back in 2022. Having CMC back today, they saw 39 yards on the ground, 68 yards through the air. He didn't get into the end zone, but San Francisco was right there with Tampa Bay. As a matter of fact, they had a lead in this game as Brock Purdy threw for 353 yards, 2 scores, including one to George Kittle. One problem they had was their kicker, Jake Moody, coming back off injury, had missed 3 field goals in the game, but they still had a 3-point lead before Baker Mayfield somehow willed his team downfield. And if you see the highlights, you're going to understand what I was saying. He gets them into field goal range, ties the game at 20. Now late in the game, San Francisco moves the ball once again at Raymond James Stadium, and they get within range for Moody, who is, remember, missed 3 times on the day to try it from 44 yards in the closing seconds.
Good snap. Jake has it away. Jake has the distance, and Jake Moody is good! Money! Moody!
Wow.
Somehow, some way, the Niners win in Tampa Bay!
Wow.
Greg Pop and Tim Ryan, the 49ers radio flagship, KNBR 680 in San Francisco, 23-20, the final in this game as the Niners improved to 5-4. Remember last year, after the bye week, they went 9-0. We'll see how this one ends up turning. They've got Seattle at home next. Mayfield threw for just 116 yards. He is still right now doing without Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Cade Otton had 5 catches for 35 yards as Tampa falls to 4-6. I want to talk about a hot team. How about Arizona? Winners of 3 straight coming into their game against the Jets. Longest winning streak since a 7-game win streak they had back in 2021. That one got broken by the Green Bay Packers and their quarterback, Aaron Rodgers. Well, today it was the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers coming to State Farm Stadium, but it didn't matter who was quarterbacking the Jets today because the Arizona defense was sharp and Kyler Murray might have been sharper.
Snap to Murray, drop straight back, a fade, right corner of the end zone, Harrison. Oh, what a catch with one hand for a touchdown! Marvin Harrison Jr. hauls it in with his right arm. Just a gorgeous drop in the bucket by Murray.
Spin the pig, Kyler! Spin it!
Dave Pash and Ron Wolfley, the Arizona Cardinals radio network. Kyler spun the pin all right. Set a franchise record at one point with 17 straight completions. He went 22 for 24 for 266 yards. He only threw that one touchdown pass, but ran for 2 more, and Arizona blows the Jets away, 31-6. The final score in this one is Arizona improves to 6-4 and now on a 4-game win streak. Aaron Rodgers, no touchdowns, no interceptions. He lost a fumble, held to just 151 yards through the air. The Jets, hoping to get that momentum from their win over Houston on Thursday Night Football, fall to 3-7 on the year. For the Atlanta Falcons, things were looking good. Best 9-game start to a season since last time they won the South and went to the Super Bowl, 4-0 against the division, and going to New Orleans where the Saints had lost 7 in a row and fired their head coach on Monday, their first in-season firing for the organization since Dick Nolan got let go in 1980. But today, New Orleans took care of business. Derek Carr threw a couple of touchdowns in this one to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Remember him? 3 catches today for 109 yards and 2 scores. And Atlanta couldn't get out of their own way. New Orleans wins by a score of 20-17 as they break their 7-game losing streak and improve to 3-7. Kirk Cousins threw for 306 yards today, but not a touchdown. He did throw an interception. Bijan Robinson got in twice. But also, Younghoe Koo, their kicker, who's normally an excellent kicker, missed 3 times today. They end up losing the game by 3 points. Atlanta falls to 6-4, although still on top of the division right now in the NFC South. Minnesota went to Jacksonville today trying to get it done against the Jaguars. 6-1 all-time against the Jags. Sam Darnold threw 3 interceptions today. He has been so good so far, but interceptions, and they came at the worst possible times, in and around the end zone. Jacksonville, though, didn't have their quarterback. Mac Jones got the start today, and he threw 2 interceptions of his own. Jones ended up running for a touchdown in this game. Amazingly, Minnesota not able to get into the end zone all day long, still had a 5-point lead late in the game. And Mac Jones had the ball in his hands, trying to pull off an improbable win for Jacksonville.
1st and 10 from the Vikings' 43-yard line. Mac Jones goes out of the shotgun. Travis Etienne to his left. The Vikings blitz. Mac on a very deep drop. He's going to throw it right. Nobody's there with the exception of a Minnesota Viking who picked him off. Interception. Cam Bynum. And the Minnesota Vikings are going to improve to 7-2.
Paul Allen, the KFAN Minnesota Vikings radio network. Not a bad way to kick off a 3-game road trip that takes them to Tennessee and Chicago next, as Minnesota improves to that 7-2 on the year. On the other side, Trevor Lawrence is going to be out for they don't know. So Mac Jones, the quarterback right now, 111 yards passing today. Jacksonville falls to 2-8. And it was the final international series game today in Germany. New York Giants and the Carolina Panthers both coming into Munich at 2-7 on the year. This one was Carolina's game to win, except the Giants came back late in the ball game despite a series of missteps early in the game, and Graham Gano tied it with a 42-yard field goal with 5 seconds left in regulation. That meant a coin flip and overtime, which the Giants did win. And on the first play of the overtime period, Tyrone Tracy, who had a huge game, including 103 yards and a touchdown, fumbled it away deep in his own territory. That meant that Carolina didn't have to move it far before they gave it over to Eddie Pinheiro to try to win the ball game.
After the holder, good snap, good hold, kick is good! Spiel over! Pinheiro called game here in Germany! And the Panthers with a walk-off win over the Giants here in Munich! Carolina 20, New York 17, and the Panthers have won back-to-back games for the first time in 2 years.
Jason Horowitz right here on Westwood 1 with the call. 20-17 the final. Bryce Young threw for 126 yards and a touchdown. If you watch the game, though, it was a lot better than that for Young. Chuba Hubbard, in the week that he signed his big contract, 28 carries, 153 yards, a touchdown. Career highs in carries in this game, and what a week it was for him as Carolina improves to 3-7. For the Giants, still not good. They go into their bye week. Daniel Jones throwing for 190 yards, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions, although he did run for a score. New York is now potentially setting up for one of the top draft picks. They're 2-8. We're going to wrap things up when we return. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Feel the thrill of the Premier League on Sirius XM-FC.
Arsenal running riot. A quick fire double from Chelsea.
Hear every pulse-pounding moment.
Haaland scores the hat-trick. Brilliant left-foot strike by Salah. What a goal by Marcus Rashford.
From the world's most exciting league.
Absolutely glorious from Tottenham Hotspur.
Manchester United turn it round.
All on your radio home for the beautiful game.
If you like soccer, you are in the right place.
The Premier League lives on Sirius XM-FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
College basketball is back, and the road to the championship starts now on Sirius XM.
Knock it down!
Catch all the top games, the buzzer beaters, and the rivalries you live for in both men's and women's college basketball.
RJ Davis!
Whether you're driving, at home, or on the go, follow your favorite teams in every unforgettable moment. College basketball lives on Sirius XM. Anywhere you are, go to SiriusXM.com/sports to find out where to hear your favorite team.
To truly go inside the game of pro football, you need to see things from the player's perspective.
Let's go!
Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, catch the Player's Point. Join NFL tight end Colin Thompson and Packers running back A.J. Dillon as they break down the biggest stories in the NFL.
Hand off A.J. Dillon, powering his way. Touchdown!
The Player's Point. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the Sirius XM app.
'Tis almost the season, and you've got a sleigh load of holiday channels to unwrap in the Sirius XM app. Shake the tinsel right off the tree with Rockin' Christmas. Set the mood for a silent night with Holiday Chill Out. Or add a touch of Christmas class with Real Jazz Holiday. There are dozens of channels to choose from. Just open the Sirius XM app and search Holiday.
Final score, Detroit 26, Houston 23. You've been listening to Westwood One's coverage of Sunday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast has been sponsored by the official NFL app, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Hulu Plus Live TV, by Progressive Insurance, and by BetMGM, the official odds provider for Westwood One. Please gamble responsibly. I want to thank our crew for this evening. Studio producer Nick Pope, studio coordinator Art Martinez, production assistance provided by Myra Guru-Skieta, Audrey Sperry, Dan Silverman, and Corey Spector. Statistician Brian Sperry. Our spotter, Roberta Arguello. Our engineer, Mike Pirtle. Coordinating producers, Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein. Executive producer, Mike Eby. The Senior Vice President of Sports for Cumulus Media and Westwood One is Bruce Gilbert. Join us again tomorrow night for Monday Night Football. The Los Angeles Rams hosting the Miami Dolphins. Kevin Harlan and Ron Rivera have the action. I'll kick off our pregame show at 7:30 Eastern Time. Then later this week, it is Thursday Night Football and a fight in the NFC East. The Washington Commanders taking on the Philadelphia Eagles. Finally, next Sunday night, the Cincinnati Bengals head to L.A. to face the Chargers. Catch all those games right here on many of these same stations, the NFL app, or stream live for free on our website, westwoodonesports.com. Once again, our final from Houston, Detroit 26, the Texans 23. Now for Ryan Radke and Mike Golick, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.